A close, and the Dodgers with a chance at a series split against the Cincinnati Reds after winning yesterday 4-0 behind Julio Urias. And with the Giants' loss last night, the Giants idle today, and the Dodgers with a half-game advantage in the West, a chance to head back home to open that series with San Francisco with a full game lead. Welcome inside with Oral Hershiser. I'm Joe Davis. Kelly Tennant with us today as well. And so we look at this upcoming homestand and mark that as really the biggest stretch of the season. But the biggest stretch of the season begins with this game today because that sets the tone for that big homestand.
Yeah, a year ago today, the Dodgers were up a game and a half, first place on the Giants. Win today, up a game. A huge game for momentum, for homestand. And don't forget, the Giants are going to throw some great pitchers, and so are the Cubs. So you're going into a stretch now with Homer Bailey today that you really got to get on a roll.
Yeah, Homer Bailey opposed by Scott Kazmir of the Dodgers, who will try and send the Dodgers on a happy flight home. It's the Dodgers and the Reds. Some early baseball from Cincinnati on the other side of this break. Jamie, welcome to Cincinnati for the finale of this road trip. Dodgers with a chance to have a winning road trip as they look for a series split against the Cincinnati Reds, winning 4-0 yesterday behind Julio Urias in his 6 shutout innings. And then last night was San Francisco falling to the Mets. And idle today, the Dodgers with a half-game lead and a chance to take a full-game lead into the series opener with San Francisco tomorrow night at Dodger Stadium. Welcome inside with Oral Hershiser. I'm Joe Davis. Kelly Tennant with us today as well. I think everybody agrees this upcoming homestand is as big of a homestand as the Dodgers have had this season. But really, this big stretch begins today because today can kind of set the tone for the rest of this set.
Yeah, for sure. Scott Kazmir on the mound. You know what? A year ago today, they were a game and a half up on the Giants. 3rd division title in a row, never done in franchise history. Now they're set to go for their 4th, and at the end of the day, they can be a game up.
Scott Kazmir for the Dodgers, Homer Bailey for the Cincinnati Reds. Dodgers going for a series split. Breakfast baseball from Cincy on the other side of this break. Baseball in Cincinnati, light breeze, temperatures not too hot. Dodgers and Reds wrapping up this 4-game series, and after the Reds took the first 2, the Dodgers with a resounding 4-0 win yesterday to retake first place in the West. The Reds take the field. The Dodgers get ready to come to bat for the first time today, and here is their starting lineup brought to you by Honda. Chase Utley started the game with a bang yesterday with that solo home run. Corey Seager hit second. Adrian Gonzalez in the 3 spot with Justin Turner getting a scheduled day off. Grandal bats clean up. Then it's Peterson hitting 5th. Andrew Toll's a late addition to the lineup. Josh Reddick was scratched because of a sore middle finger. It's bothering him throwing the ball. He jammed his finger, and so they give him the day off. Seguin starting at 3rd, and then Kazmir hitting 9th. All against Homer Bailey, who makes his 5th start this season in his return from Tommy John. Rehab was about 15 months long, and Boy, since he's come back, Oral, with the exception of one start, he's been good.
Yeah, the second start is the one that he had the rocky time, and if you read the analytics, it's because the fastball was down and the location of the fastball was down, but come to be expected because when you come back from such a big injury, you're going to have a big, exciting day, throw well that first time, but then recovering from that first outing, which is the most intensity you've thrown with probably over a year, your body takes a flat tire, you get sore, so he is now back and building it up. The third and fourth outings, we're back to Homer Bailey-esque, and I think the Dodgers are going to have that same challenge. He's got good stuff, good breaking ball, good splitter, and I think he's feeling good too.
30 years old, out of LaGrange, Texas. Same home state as that guy, who threw again today, played catch with Brett Anderson. Anderson testing out those blisters. Still no official word on what that test of the blisters revealed as far as what his next outing may or may not look like. Well, Bailey rocks and fires, and off we go with a base hit into center field from Chase Utley. Started yesterday's game with a home run to right and jumps on Bailey's first offering for a single today.
Yesterday the home run was on a high fastball, a little deeper in the count, but here the first pitch of the game, fastball outer half slightly down, and Chase beats the shift with a one-hopper into the outfield.
Now 5 of 10 in this series. And here's Corey Seager. So Utley's had a good series. Seager's had a great series. He's been at the plate 10 times and reached 7 times. 5 hits and a couple of walks. With his couple of hits yesterday, his hitting streak now 12 games. Hard to extend hitting streaks on days where you have late pinch hit appearances like he did Saturday. But he came in Saturday night after the long rain delay and singled on the first pitch that he saw on his day off.
It'd be really hard for Dave Roberts to protect anybody that he was giving a rest for and to protect their hitting streak, but this one continues.
Well, the bouncer into center, and Utley and Seager have started the day with back-to-back singles.
When you only have a 4-man bench, it's not like, well, I got a significant hitting streak going, I want to avoid him for a while, we're losing. You have to use every player. So Corey's hitting streak continued with the pinch hit, continued with the hit yesterday, and continues right here at the beginning of this game today.
So you go from Seager, whose hitting streak is now 13, to Adrian Gonzalez, who has the longest hitting streak of the season for him at 14 games. Hitting .400 during that stretch. And he drills one. Forget about it. 3-0 Dodgers on a Gonzalez first inning homer. His 6th home run in 24 career at-bats against Homer Bailey.
He's only walked once in those 24 plate appearances at that time, now 25, only 5 strikeouts, and as you said, Joe, now his 6th home run and his 10th RBI off of Homer Bailey. What a way to start the day. Breakfast in LA with Dodger baseball and a 3-run lead.
And Grandal taking strike 1. Good smile to see.
Wow, gone. It's gone.
13th home run of the season, 3rd one of this trip. The 2 home run game in Philly. And he started to look more like the Adrian Gonzalez that Dodger fans had gotten used to in his first few seasons in Dodger blue. On base percentage has been right there with his career norm, but the slugging is starting to return to where Dodgers expected it would be. Now Grandal on a 1-2, belts one to right. Schebler is there.
Start the game, first pitch hit. Start the game, third pitch hit. Fourth pitch, home run. 3-0 on 4 pitches.
Had a pretty good sound to it, didn't it? So the first out that Bailey gets is on a ball that was tagged by Grandal. And Jock Peterson climbs in with the bases empty and 1 away. They say guys coming off Tommy John surgery, and you mentioned it with his second start, stiffening up some. But you will have days after stretches where you look like yourself, where you just simply don't have it. And while it's way too early to say that this is one of those days for Homer Bailey, when you give up 3 runs on 4 pitches, maybe there's something to it.
Something about your nervous system, and then when the scar tissue starts coming in, the micro tears that you get from actually exerting yourself and pitching, all of a sudden the communication between your brain and your arm and things that come natural, all of a sudden it just gets a little foggy. Also, your body is changing the whole time because you just haven't had that ballistic stretch of competing at the highest level during rehab. And I mean, even in the minor leagues, his 6 rehab starts, you don't stress your body, your mind, your arm at that level until you get here.
On 3-1, Peterson takes ball 4. So 4 of the first 5 have reached against Bailey. Take a look at the defense around Homer Bailey, sponsored by Clamato. Billy Hamilton in center took away a base hit yesterday, flashing some of that speed. So valuable, even when he wasn't hitting, he was staying in the lineup because of what he does on this side of things.
Infield in and second and third yesterday, and there was a blooper to center hit by Josh Reddick, and he had great closing speed and kept it from dropping in. Most center fielders, it's a hit.
Kendrick slices one to right center. That's another base hit. Peterson goes first to third, and Kendrick has snapped an 0 for 13 slide by jumping on the first Bailey pitch.
Well, the hitters meeting that they go over the starting pitcher of the day, there had to be something about attack him early. His best out pitch is his splitter, and they're not letting him get to it. They're attacking that first fastball they see, and how he jumped on that one.
So the 30-year-old Bailey getting tagged for 3 runs on 4 hits and a walk already. Still just 1 out. Andrew Toles taking ball 1. Back-to-back starts for Toles since returning from AAA Oklahoma City. Wasn't in the original lineup posted today, but plugged in there with Josh Reddick's jammed finger. Dave Roberts said he wasn't aware about Reddick's jammed finger until that lineup change was made, and so it's not clear when his finger was jammed. It's only clear that it's bothering him throwing the ball right now. Hard to play right field if having a hard time gripping it. 1-1.
At this point in the order, fans might be wondering, where's Justin Turner? Just a natural day off. The last one of the regulars to get an off day. Rob Seguin will be over there at third base.
Good take, 2-1.
Don't relax right here. Homer Bailey having trouble finding the range. They've been attacking him early, so try and pile on. Don't feel sorry for him.
At the corners with 1 gone, and a 2-1 pitch to Andrew Toles after a long pause from Homer Bailey. David Bailey Jr. his real name, nicknamed Homer after his grandfather. They did it really early on to avoid confusion between David Bailey Jr. and David Bailey Sr., which leads you to ask, if that was the concern, then why name him David? Texas, grew up on a 40-acre chicken farm. They had 70,000 chickens, yeah.
Chicks.
Chickies. Fouled off by Toll, still 2-2.
It's a lot of birds.
Yeah. He's always outdoors, always working on the farm or out shooting his rifle as a teenager in Texas. Still often can be seen in his cowboy boots. Loves driving his pickup truck, has a couple of horses nearby here in Ohio. Is 2-2. Is fouled off by Tolles again.
You hear that odd cheer in the background from the fans on a foul ball. Somebody caught that foul ball in a fishing net.
Nice. Peterson at third and Kendrick at first. Another 2-2. And another foul ball. Homer Bailey having a hard time putting Andrew Tolles away.
Tough situation for Homer Bailey, first and third, because Tolles' wheels fairly hard to double him up. He's going to have to hit it hard right at somebody to get a double play on the ground.
Tolles, who won a minor league batting title a couple of years ago, 2013, while he was in the Rays system. Tampa Bay's minor league player of the year. Things went south some off the field in his relationship with the organization. And he pulls a rocket that's fouled again. And so after he was the minor league player of the year, one more season he spent in the system, then parted ways with Tampa Bay and spent last year out of baseball. Even had some time back home in Georgia where he was working in a grocery store. The Rays signed him to a minor league deal this offseason. Of course, the obvious connection of Andrew Friedman, the previous head in Tampa Bay that drafted him.
Surprising tools for his package. He's a little smaller in stature, so you think, okay, probably going to be fast. Yes, he is. But is he going to have the big arm? Yes, he's got a very strong arm. Played right field very well. Played left field yesterday and threw a bullet into second base on a ball down the line. Held a guy to a single. And he's got surprising power, too. Here in Cincinnati, reminds you a little bit of Joe Morgan and his kind of power. Joe elevated the ball a little bit more than Tolles, and of course had a much longer Hall of Fame career, but the tool set.
He's fouled off 8 consecutive pitches now. And the 12th pitch of the at-bat from Homer Bailey is lifted to left. Duvall a long run, still moving, has room to make the catch. Peterson heads for the plate. Here's the throw. He's safe. Sacrifice fly for Andrew Tolles to make it 4-0 Dodgers. And Kendrick with a heads-up play to advance to second.
From our angle right here, looking right down on home plate from the press box, looked like he got his foot in there for sure. I'm sure the Reds are going to take a glance. Ball right down the line. Nice place for Jock to go. You can also get yourself in the way of the ball if it's an excellent throw, but since it was inside the baseline, Jock stayed on the line a little bit outside and got in there.
So this 4-run inning kind of strikes up memories of the Philadelphia series where the Dodgers had all those lopsided frames. They're going to challenge this.
One thing I think they might be looking at is Jock looks like he's over the plate, but is he down on it? His heel goes into the ground, and it looks like the toe or the back, the heel gets down before the tag arrives. But if he is out, it would end the inning and save some pitches for Homer Bailey. So I can see why Brian Price trying to get out of this inning, save the run, and get his pitcher in the dugout.
I don't know how you overturn it.
I don't think there's going to be enough to overturn it. He's definitely safe. The heel looks like it hits the front edge of the plate.
And that's the call from Field and Colbreth, crew chief behind the plate today for this umpiring crew. He's a former college pitcher, Colbreth is. Started his umpiring career after an arm injury while he was pitching at UNC Charlotte. Went down to umpiring school without having ever umpired a game before at any level. Rob Seguin with a man at second and 2 gone. This is the due date for Rob and his wife Robin and their first baby, Robinson. And so you know that Rob has his mind, while it's on this game, so on that. Hoping that Robinson can hold on another 24 hours with the team plane headed back to Los Angeles, where Robin is scheduled to deliver. One and two.
Well, the team should arrive if this game is around 3 hours, maybe sometime around 7 o'clock tonight, LA time.
So then you get home, and Robin's good window to have the babies about a week long before the Dodgers got to go back on the road. I'm guessing there'll be some walks between the two.
I could speak of this issue because we had our second Jordan in between starts, and it wasn't natural as far as why Jordan came between starts. We were in San Diego and needed to have him be born.
Yeah.
I wouldn't be surprised if they scheduled delivery for the next 2 or 3 days.
Seguin pulls it to short, and a diving play by Peraza to finish the first inning. But the Dodgers jump on Homer Bailey in the blink of an eye. 3 runs in the first 4 pitches of the inning, coming off Gonzalez's 13th home run. Has the Dodgers in front as we go to the bottom of the first inning, and the Reds get ready to come to bat with this Honda starting lineup. Billy Hamilton will lead it off. Then it's Peraza. Votto's back in there today. Duvall, Phillips, and Schebler in the middle of the order, with Suarez and Barnhart down at the bottom against Scott Kazmir, making his 25th start of the season today against Cincinnati the first time around, which was back in May at Dodger Stadium. One of his best starts. Gave up just 1 run over 6 innings. Struck out a season high 12 in that game. As always with Scott, though, you look at this first inning where his ERA is above 7.
Scott has struggled coming out of the bullpen, the 7-1-3, and then you see as he gets into the outing, and by the 3rd inning you're probably down near the bottom of the order. That becomes a little easier. Then it jumps in the 4th. The thing for me is he's got to come out and really get some fastball command working. His last 3 starts, he's had at least 3 walks in each of them, and those are the innings that really get him when he gives the free passes up.
Now, we've seen in 3 games in this series how impactful this opening at bat of the game is, with Billy Hamilton's ability to steal bases. Him reaching to start an inning is almost as good as him scoring. 2-2.
Yeah, when he reaches base, it's worth about a half a run analytically. Between his legs and somebody driving him in.
And that's regardless of if it leads off the inning or not.
Yeah, it could be 2 outs and he reaches base and just gets the first. Included in that equation. So it's got to be a completely different percentage when he leads off an inning and gets on.
Dodgers in this series, when Hamilton starts the game by reaching base, are 0-2. And in the one game they kept him off the bases, 1-0. That is to begin the game. Urias was able to strike him out yesterday. Reached against both Bud Norris and Brett Anderson in the first 2 games. So a big 3-2 and a leadoff walk.
Yesterday with Urias on the mound, Hamilton did not go. Julio picked off 1 runner and held Hamilton very close. He has a step off move, and he had a very deceptive move where he steps to first and shoots the ball over there to Adrian. Scott is pretty deceptive also.
Jose Peraza stands in and lifts a fly ball to center. Peterson back short of the track to make the catch. Hamilton tagging, trying for second, and he'll get there fairly easily. Not too many guys in the game can pull that off.
Well, there's so many different things on the field that Hamilton can do that others can't. It's been well documented of him scoring from second on a wild pitch, or tagging up like this on a routine ball to center field. His speed plays everywhere.
He's done some legendary things. Here he is scoring from second on a double play. Here he is scoring from second on a pass ball. He just keeps on coming. While in the minors, he scored from second on a sacrifice fly to the second baseman. True story. Joey Votto back in the first pitch foul. So they had the infield pulled in this minor league game. And Hamilton was at second base. There was a pop up into short right field. So the second baseman had to range back a little bit, staggered some when he made the catch on the edge of the outfield grass. Somehow Hamilton still scored from second base. 1-1. So man in scoring position for the guy that's been the top hitter in baseball since June 1st. On base percentage above 500 since June 1st. After what were the 2 worst months of his career in April and May. On the ground is second. Chase Utley will throw Votto out, and Hamilton advances to third. Dodger defense sponsored by Clamato. Rob Seguin starting at the hot corner today with Justin Turner getting the day off.
This is his fourth start over there at third base. You can see the variety of places that he has started. Rob is very versatile, and the versatility has really lent itself to keeping his bat in the lineup when they want to face a tough righty, if they want him in there, or even the left-handers for sure.
Man at third, 2 gone, and Adam Duvall. His club 28 home runs this year, placing him 4th in the National League. Leader in the NL is now Nolan Arenado, who hit a pair of 3-run homers yesterday against the Cubs. He overtook Chris Bryant for the National League lead. If Arenado was on a winning team, he may be the MVP leader. 1 ball and 1 strike.
Nolan Arenado on pace to have about 120 RBIs this year.
Already 100?
Yeah. 2 3-run homers yesterday to get 6. And we've got, 8-9 days left in this month, and then the whole month of September. And he's playing in Colorado.
Two balls, 1 strike on Adam Duvall, who's in his first full season with the Reds. Came over from the San Francisco Giants in the Mike Leake deal last summer. He was a corner infielder for the Giants. Was blocked at first by Brandon Belt. Was blocked at third by Matt Duffy. But won the left fielder job here and has had an all-star season. 3-1. Pretty cool thing for Duvall getting traded here. Not only did it open up a window for him to get into the majors, but it's right by where he was born. Grew up in Louisville, Kentucky. And even though he grew up about 90 minutes from here, he had never been to a Cincinnati Reds game until he made his Reds debut. Fly to right. Toles moves under it, has his palms up as if he can't find it, and it falls in. Duvall on his way to third. Overslides the bag but gets his hand back in. It's 4-1.
Scott Kazmir looking like he's going to get by the first inning with this fly ball to right, but the first inning troubles still rear their ugly head, but it's not Scott's issue. It's this Sky and Andrew Toles. What is it about our right fielders and losing the ball and not being able to catch the routine? That one he never saw. I mean, when you're missing by 25 feet, he has no idea where that ball was. He must have lost it on the way up as soon as it cleared the stands here in Cincinnati. You have to deal with the Sky the rest of the way. Almost came off the bag, or slightly did, but Seguin wasn't there with the throw slightly up the line.
Josh Reddick has had the issues over there. Now Toles loses one. Brandon Phillips fouls off the first pitch. So a tough break for Scott Kazmir. But the effect of it dulled because of the 4 on top of the first to give the Dodgers this cushion. Other than 2 on Phillips, who's hitting .426 in this month of August. 35 years old, originally from Georgia, originally drafted by the Montreal Expos. Made his major league debut a few years later with the Indians. And is now bound with the Reds for 11 seasons. On the ground to Utley, and that finishes the inning. But the Reds get a gift wrap run in this first when Toles loses a fly ball, and it's 4-1. Does his lazy fly to right field turn into an RBI triple that has Cincinnati on the board. 4-1 as we go to the second. And after the Dodgers brought 8 men to the plate against Homer Bailey in the first, it's the pitcher Kazmir to lead off the second. Kazmir swats one, a base hit. Opposite field single for Kaz. Bailey despondent.
Kaz has a little bit of angst and passion in that swing after that ball being lost in right field. Expressed a little emotion as he walked off the diamond. Now Homer Bailey gets a little bit too. Everybody's hitting him, including the pitcher.
So it flips it over to the top, and Chase Utley. Kazmir's 5th hit and 42 at-bats this season. It's the Dodgers' 5th hit of the day already. They lost the opener of this series 9-2, lost game 1 11-1. Before winning yesterday 4-0, trying to come away with a winning road trip. 1-1 on Chase Utley. Half-game lead on the Giants after San Francisco lost last night. Despite getting 6+ no-hit innings for Jeff Samardzija before the Mets finally got to him. Softly bounced to second. Phillips tries to tag Kazmir, and they said that he got him, and Phillips wound up throwing to second. It was an odd-looking play, just to be sure. He winds up going to second.
You want to stop if you're Scott Kazmir so that the double play can't stay in order. If Phillips tags you, you throw immediately. So pulling up was the right thing to do right there, and even making Phillips have indecision on whether he got him or not shut down the possibility of that double play.
So Utley's at first with 1 gone, and here's Corey Seager, who singled his first time up. Coors Light Cold Hard Facts, taking a look at the rookie season Corey Seager's having and where he ranks among all National League rookies. When you consider that Trevor Story and Aledmys Diaz are both out with injuries, it now looks like Corey Seager almost certainly will be the National League Rookie of the Year. The 17th Rookie of the Year in Dodger history. There's his second hit of the day. A base hit to right, sending Utley to second.
I'm just having a flashback, but he's starting to remind me of Tony Gwynn. Because he hits the ball hard, he barrels it up consistently, and he finds holes. Now, Tony didn't attack as quickly and as early in the count. He did a little read on your release point, on how you might try and pitch him. But once he got that into the game, like Corey right there, Corey attacks right from the first pitch of the bat in the first at bat. Tony would get a read. Once he had you, then he would ambush you on the first pitch. Boy, he barrels up a lot of balls, and he hits them to all fields. He hits all holes, and he doesn't lift the ball a lot. And you know, when he hits a home run, yes, he's got a lot of home runs, but when he hits one, it's almost a surprise to everybody because he hits so many balls on a line and on the ground.
And on to Gonzalez, who homered his first time. Popped up. Barnhart loses the mask. Suarez over as well, and it's Barnhart to make the catch for the second out.
That was not easy. Barnhart stays with it the whole time, but Suarez knows how difficult it is as he's looking up and tracking. It says, I better stay with it. And neither one really was sure, so there wasn't a lot of communication. That's why there was almost a collision.
Two on and two out. Yasmani Grandal, who lined to right his first time, taking ball 1. Eric Stephen posted a piece on True Blue LA this morning that details some of Seager's rookie ranks, and not just in the NL, but as far as all rookie seasons in Dodger history. And not just all rookie seasons, but any offensive season in Dodger history. He stacks up favorably. 2-0 in certain categories. And has started to vault himself at least out of the fringes of the MVP discussion. See if Yasmani gets one to drive on 2-0. 3 balls, no strikes. It's almost as if you're hesitant, not hesitant, but it's just like rookies don't get thrown into the MVP discussion because they have their own award. So when you're talking about a rookie having a huge season, the knee jerk is to say, well, he's the rookie of the year. But when you look at his numbers, he belongs in the discussion regardless of how long he's been in the league.
That would be a Jackie Robinson kind of year. He's now cracked the top 10 with his batting average in the whole league, not just rookies. The home run numbers are not in the top 10. The RBI numbers are not in the top 10. Total bases, he's in the top 4. Hits, he's number 2. Runs, he's number 5. Multi-hit games, he's number 3. Ball might be a tad low. Strike zone says it's a strike. If you see it land and then you see the strike zone start to turn or look at the top, that means it hit the strike zone.
Now, if WAR is your thing, wins above replacement.
Is he second or third?
Offensive WAR in the National League, he's second.
Yeah.
Behind Chris Bryant. Grandal, it's a towering fly ball up into that bright sunshine. Schebler has located it and makes the catch. We go to the bottom of the second on a gorgeous day in Cincinnati with the Dodgers in front of Homer Bailey and the Reds 4-1. Bailey for 4 runs early on in this game, bottom of the second inning, and we welcome you inside, Joe and Oral. Kelly's with us today as well, and just like yesterday, the Dodgers got the leadoff homer from Chase Utley to set the tone. Today it was Utley and Seager getting singles, and then Gonzalez banging a 2-run shot to set the tone.
A little easier to go out there if you're Scott Kazmir with that early padding, especially when he's had the trouble in the first inning. Yeah, the fly ball drops in right, but he threw the ball well, got through it. The only thing he's got to worry about is don't walk the leadoff hitter. Walking Hamilton all of a sudden made that inning a little bit more taxing for him. So when you want to go deep into the game, of course, the leadoff walks are one of the ways that you're going to be inefficient and not be able to go past 5.
Schebler, Suarez, and Barnhart in this inning at 6, 7, and 8. And the former Dodger Scott Schebler takes a spinner away, ball 1. There's a home run in this series. And a home run the first day he was called back up from AAA. After the Jay Bruce deal at the deadline, they called him up to take Bruce's roster spot. And he hit a walk-off home run against the St. Louis Cardinals. Casimir brings him a 1-1. Outside, 2-1. The call-up was on the heels of an International League Player of the Month award for Schebler. So he was sent down to AAA Louisville, but instead of sulking about the demotion, tore through that AAA pitching and earned the call back up. 3 balls, 1 strike. Iowa native, played 5 sports in high school: football, baseball, soccer, track and field, in addition to baseball. And pulls a hard line drive to right that bounces by Toles to the wall. Schebler starts this inning with a double.
High fastball, about a ball above the belt. Does a nice job staying on top of that and hitting a scorching line drive out there. Toles on it in a hurry, but Schebler's wheels, routine double for him, even though he had to slide in.
So Schebler's 3rd hit of the series. And it brings up Eugenio Suarez. Suarez has had a monster series for the Reds. 8 of 12 this weekend. It's after a really rough first half. Good start to the second half, but it started to turn it on big time here in late August. Hitting .317 since the break, after he hit .228 in the first half. On 1-0, that's a strike. Eugenio Suarez came over from the Tigers in the Alfredo Simon deal a couple of years ago. Broke out in a big way last year, hit .280 after he was called up to replace the injured Zach Kozar. On the ground to third, Seguin glances the runner back and throws to get him. You can watch your favorite Hollywood celebrities show off their softball skills in the annual Hollywood Stars game at Dodger Stadium, presented by New Balance. Saturday, August 27th. It's after the Dodger Cub game this weekend. You can go to Dodgers.com/HollywoodStars for tickets. With a man at second and 1 gone, Tucker Barnhart the batter. 25-year-old that's taken over the starting catching duties. Swings through a breaking ball, strike 1. Evan Mesoraco was a guy they had huge hopes for here in Cincinnati, but has only played in a handful of games the last 2 years because of serious injuries. It was hip surgeries last year, the shoulder surgery this year. So Barnhart's become the featured catcher. The 0-1. Second in again. Plays a tough bounce. 2 out.
Use your utility players, guys that can play around the diamond, are a little smaller in stature, a little quicker usually, but Rob Seguin is very athletic for a guy with such a big body and big frame, and play all the way left field, right field, third base, first base. Corner speed. outfield and infield. But as far as glove and athleticism, there's nothing short there at all. He's locked in.
Remember the play he made during spring training where he charged and barehanded a ball fading into foul ground?
Yep.
Yeah. Over Bailey. Casimir just needs to retire the pitcher to get out of this inning without that leadoff double coming across. Remember seeing Seguin in the parking lot of the complex right after that. He said, I had to go take a look at the video of that one right after. 1-1.
It's on his personal highlight reel, even though it's a spring training game.
Probably take some flack if you're caught watching your own highlights on your phone after the game. You didn't have that. You didn't have that problem when you were playing because you didn't have the access on your phones.
Our replays were chiseled on the walls of caves.
Yeah. Casimir to Bailey with a 2-1. He's fallen behind the Reds pitcher 3-1.
Right down Broadway. I know you don't want to give up the run, but you don't want to let this go by.
He walked it. First walk that he issued came back to bite him. It was Hamilton to start the first. He would score on a 2-out triple. And this keeps the inning alive for Billy Hamilton.
This loss of control for Scott Casimir has been maddening for him all year. I know it's frustrating as a manager and a pitching coach, but when you got a veteran out there, you know it's not about nerves. Just for some reason, he happens to lose his release point, and anything in his toolbox where he can make a quick fix in a pitch or two, he doesn't stumble on it quick enough.
Scott has said this has been pure frustration the last couple of months this season. Hard to establish any kind of momentum. Misses badly with the first one to Hamilton. Did get his 10th win his last time out. That was thanks to a 1 of 9 for the Phillies with men in scoring position. There was a ton of traffic against him. 8 hits, 3 walks. He only plated 2 runs. On 1-0. A strike, 1-1. One thing Casimir's done, though, is be reliable as far as being in there every 5th day, which has been valuable on this staff this year. 2-1. Somebody asked Dave Roberts to assess Casimir's season and gave it a pause to think about it. And said the fact remains Scott has posted. I mean, he's been in there every time they've called on him. I don't think the numbers are what anybody expected, Scott included. Been able to rely on him being in there at least. Upstairs now, and it's 3-1 on Hamilton.
Just not able to time up the arm action with the lower body movement towards home plate. Sometimes he's a little late with his release. Sometimes he's a little early. Just not able to get that rhythm. Scott really understands his body and his mechanics. It should be like a really good stereo system, but he should only within his game have to be adjusting the equalizer, like maybe the treble and the bass a little bit, just to kind of perfect it. But he's still concentrating on volume, really, on how loud he wants to be. It's very basic what he's searching for.
Hamilton golfs one into center for Peterson, who calls off Kendrick, and the inning is over. A leadoff double and a 2-out walk to the pitcher, but no damage against Casimir, who has a 4-1 lead after 2.
flew into Cincinnati to join the team. He played catch with A.J. Ellis on Friday, and then Saturday threw a bullpen, 21 pitches. Both Rick Honeycutt and Dave Roberts very happy with how he looked, and Clayton said he felt really good, 100%. And then today he played catch with Brett Anderson, who's actually nursing that blister, the reason he came out of the game early on Saturday. So Clayton is still on pace to throw his bullpen tomorrow, about 40 pitches in LA, guys.
All right, Kelly. So the progress continues for Clayton Kershaw on his way back. Jock Peterson taking a ball from Homer Bailey to start this third inning.
Really look forward to Clayton's next bullpen, because you know he's now comfortable going down the hill. He'll up the intensity and the volume, and
there's a missile towards the right field corner that's off of the bottom of the wall, and he hit it so hard that he's got no chance to even think about a double.
I think he hits this in the river if he gets it up. This ball was scorched.
Hello, Kentucky.
Making a fashion statement today with the high socks with the stripes on it. You might see that look for a while.
But a few guys going with that. Howie Kendrick as well. Singled on the first pitch that he saw in the first, taking ball one here. Phillies 1-0. Peterson takes off, hit and run, perfectly done. First to third goes Jock, and they're at the corners to start the third.
Very interesting that the Reds, with Jock running, would use Phillips to cover, because Howie likes to go to right field, and with a hit and run you make sure your guy got the jump, and all of a sudden then you see who possibly could leave, and that takes a little time, makes you usually late. So a lot of times they shoot for that hole. Thank you for having Mr. Phillips cover.
Good chance to add on here in the third inning. Andrew Toles trying to make up for that misplayed fly ball. Toles, his first time up, brought in a run on a 12-pitch at bat with a sacrifice fly in the same exact situation, with Peterson at third and Kendrick at first. The 0-1, and Toles pulls it foul. Already action in the Cincinnati bullpen. Homer Bailey 53 pitches in. Josh Smith getting loose. Bailey in just his fifth start back from Tommy John surgery that he had last May. Started 2 games for Cincinnati a season ago before he was shut down. Never felt a pop or anything like that. Never felt a ton of pain. It was just persisting soreness that he felt. So had the test done, and it revealed the tear in his UCL and the need for Tommy John. 2-2 on Toles. Tommy John surgery, they take a tendon either from part of your wrist or from your leg if you don't have the proper length of tendon in your wrist. Toles pulls a fly ball to right center field. That's down. RBI single for Toles as Peterson steps on home, and Kendrick goes first to third.
Jock hit the hardest ball of the inning. Dave Roberts giving him a little business about something with a smile, and Andrew Toles hits this, the second hardest in the inning. Howie Kendrick's ground ball was just well placed, but overall first and third and 1 run in.
4 in the first, and now 1 here in the third, and a chance for plenty more as Matt Jenkins comes out. They're talking about taking that tendon out of the wrist and replacing the UCL with it. So the UCL is a ligament, obviously. when you take the tendon out of the wrist and put it in the elbow, it goes through a process called ligamentization, where it becomes a ligament over a couple of year stretch. So that's the way that it's able to work. Adapts to its new role. And Frank Jobe, who came up with that surgery, had the idea from other surgeries that had been done for polio patients to strengthen polio patients' ankles. They take the tendon in the wrists to strengthen ankles. So Tommy John told him, make something up, and that's what he came up with. A strike on Rob Seguin.
They had already been harvesting tendons to become ligaments, and just reapplied an idea. Wonderful. God rest his soul, Dr. Frank Jobe. He has more wins and more saves than anybody who's ever played the game. And really should be in the Hall of Fame if they would want to recognize, have a doctor's wing.
I think you could probably name the wing after him.
Yeah, it'd be great. Or just like the Frick Award, call it the Jobe Award.
Yeah. Homer Bailey's 1-1. Rob Seguin gets under it and lofts it to center. Billy Hamilton waits under it. Kendrick tags and heads for the plate. And Seguin gets himself an RBI to make it 6-1.
When you're Andrew Toles and you're on up to bat with a man on third, you can hit the ball on the ground because you beat out the double play. Rob Seguin, you got to get the ball in the air. And that's what he did to get the job done.
And that will do it for Homer Bailey, who is a blip on the radar here with his 5th start back from Tommy John. A few that were so good, and now the second that is not very good at all. Dodgers jump on him for at least 6. The man at first, his responsibility as well, and Josh Smith comes in. And a walk, and they've scored at least 6. They have a runner at first that Bailey is responsible for. It's a 6-1 game in the 3rd. And Josh Smith comes into the game for his 24th appearance, trying to give Brian Price a little bit of length here in the middle innings.
We've seen these Reds score a lot of runs in this ballpark. It's a very offensive park. You got a day game where the ball's carrying very well. And so Josh Smith's job is just to restore some order, and for the Reds, try and keep them right at this deficit, give their offense some time.
Kazmir up there first. singled against Homer Bailey his first time up, only his 5th hit of the season. And now waits on Josh Smith's first pitch. Takes a fastball up. Smith in his 2nd major league season made his debut last year as a 27-year-old. Just turned 29 a couple of weeks ago. Kazmir with a slash play and a fly ball to left. Duvall's got it. 2 gone.
That was a good try right there. Well executed. Other than you just want to try and hit that ball on the ground. Kaz got very good eye-hand coordination. He was my partner in the Clayton Kershaw Ping Pong Challenge.
Yeah, how'd that go?
We lost in the 2nd round, but it's a lot of fun.
You're a defending champ, right?
Yeah, the year before, and Kaz is a really good player, and I was the weak link this year. I missed a lot of shots. A little windy for my eyes this year.
Excuses.
Well, you know, whatever. It's 6-1. You know, I can talk about ping pong.
Yeah, you're welcome to talk about it. I'm just saying that's
an excuse.
An excuse, yeah.
Wait till you're 57, playing ping pong in the wind outdoors.
I'm just giving you a hard time.
Just write me a note and put it on my grave so I can read it.
Stop it. Already the 3rd trip through the Dodger order. Here in the 3rd inning, Chase Utley taking strike 1. Fly ball right field. Scott Schebler started back, comes on, puts it away. The Dodgers get 2 more. Base hit from Toles, sac fly from Seguin, and a 6-1 lead, middle 3. When the Giants come to town and the first 40,000 fans in attendance get a pair of Dodger headphones presented by Coca-Cola. Go to Dodgers.com/promotions and you better hurry. Tickets for that series going fast. 2, 3, and 4 against Scott Kazmir, who pours in a fastball for strike 1 to Jose Peraza. Pitching probables for Dodgers Giants: Madison Bumgarner, Kenta Maeda tomorrow. Maeda's only made 1 start against San Francisco in his career, and he came back in April, held him to 1 run over 7 innings. Part of the reason why they flipped the rotation, having Kazmir start before Maeda. Other part of that is getting Maeda the extra day of rest. Peraza pulls a looping fly ball towards the left field corner that one hops off the wall. And he begins his third inning with a double.
The 11th batter that Scott has faced, 5 of them have been 3-ball counts, so he really hasn't been locked in. This ball a little bit more center cut and down. Not hit real hard, but hit in the right place. Now he's going to have to pitch around some more traffic.
Third hit for Cincinnati, all for extra bases. Duvall had a triple, Schebler and now Peraza have doubled. Joey Votto to the plate. Ball one outside. Rest of the series against San Francisco, Johnny Cueto and Rich Hill on Wednesday. Rich Hill finally making his Dodger debut. Brett Anderson is scheduled to go for the Dodgers on Thursday. Matt Moore. The Giants got at the deadline. Dodgers will see him in a Giant uniform for the first time. They faced him twice already this year while he was with Tampa Bay. And a TBD there in Anderson's place with his blister issues. It's his turn, but remains to be seen if he'll be able to make that start. Kazmir's 1-1 and Votto pulls a base hit up the middle. Peraza scores on an RBI single from Joey Votto that makes it 6-2.
We've seen all kinds of swings from Joey Votto. We've seen him take a punch swing with 2 strikes to beat a shift to left field. We've seen him hit the home run ball to center. And right now he squares one up and hits a line drive right back up the middle.
Here's Duvall. His triple was the ball that was fly to right and Andrew Tolles lost. There should have been a fly out, but instead it was an RBI triple to plate the first run of the game for Cincinnati. Mentioned that Adam Duvall, even though he grew up about an hour and a half from here, had never been to a Reds game before he played in a Reds uniform. In fact, before he debuted in the majors, he had only been to 2 Major League Baseball games in his entire life. To a game in St. Louis and a game in New York, a Mets game when he was a kid. Waits on this 1-1 and takes it well inside and low. 2 balls, 1 strike.
The rest of this inning could be the difference between Scott Kazmir having a good outing or a bad outing, and especially in his mind. So next time he sees the heart of the order, it's going to probably be hopefully around the 6th, and he might not be called on for that matchup. So it's his job to get like the next 9 outs.
50th pitch, 3-1.
And if he can do that, you know, and keep the score at 6-2, he's going to feel like he had a pretty solid outing. But if this unwinds on him right here, then the game's going to be back in competitive balance, and all of a sudden Scott's going to feel pretty bad about this one. You get a 6 spot up there from your team early, you got to be able to pitch through it.
3-2.
Not an easy task either with Votto and Phillips, Duvall up there now. These guys are swinging the bat really well. These are not your last place Cincinnati Reds. These are your Reds that are playing really hot and really well, the best they've played all year.
1-5 of 6. Only the Cubs have a better record since the All-Star break in the National League. Reds have gone 21-13 since the Midsummer Classic. Kazmir's 3-2 and Duvall pops it foul. Do it again. The Cubs have won 17 of 20 now. They come to Dodger Stadium when the Giants lead Friday night.
Votto's not running right here. Good double play depth up the middle with Chase Utley. Little pinching over there to the left side. So double play ball here would clean this inning up.
Instead, he walks it. Double, single walk to open the third. It's the third free pass issued by Kazmir.
13 batters faced. Almost half of them have had 3-ball counts. Walking a very tight rope right here. Could definitely rescue the inning and the outing. But making it tougher and tougher with every batter at this inning.
Kazmir's last 2 outings now, when you go back to Philadelphia, he has 1 strikeout, 6 walks. And now gets the red-hot Brandon Phillips, hitting above 400 this month. Wants to talk things over with Yasmani Grandal.
You might change your sequencing a little bit if you're Scott Kazmir. This might come down to not pitching to the scouting report, but pitching to what feels good in your hand so that you can execute some pitches, because balls, even if they're the right pitch according to the scouting report, are not going to help you. So what do I feel like I have confidence in that I can throw strikes with? What are those 2 pitches? And let me tell my catcher, and let's get back on track by at least getting the ball in the strike zone.
2 on, nobody out, and his first one to Phillips. Bottom of the zone, strike 1. Scott Kazmir, 32-year-old in his 12th major league season, but his first in the National League. Not many of these Reds have seen much of him. 1-1. The 3-time All-Star, twice with Tampa Bay, once with Oakland. Also pitched for the Angels and the Indians and the Astros at the back end of last season. Phillips on 1-1, follows it off 1-2.
Change up fastball got him a little late right there. Now you got a couple pitches to get a good feel for something. I think with Phillips, as hot as he's swinging the bat, if you can make something look like a strike, end up a ball, you got a really good chance to get a swing and a miss or a weakly hit ball.
Phillips dealt with a nagging toe injury early on this year. That's after several seasons of wrist injuries, thumb injuries. It slowed down his production here in his mid-30s, but what a career it's been. 3-time All-Star in his 15 major league seasons. Won 4 Gold Gloves. And one of the more popular players they've ever had here in Cincinnati. 2-2.
He has a lot of fun on the baseball field. He's got a big smile that you can see from the upper deck.
On 2-2, Phillips takes ball 3. That outgoing, confident personality that Phillips had early on in his career rubbed some of his teammates the wrong way. His first year in Cleveland, during spring training, he had a glove delivered that said the franchise on it. On 3-2, Phillips hacks at one and fouls it off.
14 batters for Scott Kazmir, 7 3-ball counts, 60 pitches. Dave might be getting a few gray hairs today.
There's another payoff. Phillips barely gets a piece. Continues to make Kazmir work.
Well, maddening for Scott Kazmir. He makes an excellent pitch there, 3-2. Gets him way out in front and ends up getting the cue shot. It's maddening because you're struggling with your command and not sure you can repeat anything. All of a sudden you execute one perfectly and you don't get the result you want.
Peraza doubled to start the inning. Votto knocked him in with a single. Duvall walked. And the 9th pitch of the AB to Brandon Phillips. That's fouled off as well. A couple of veterans engaged in a good battle here in a 6-2 game in the bottom of the 3rd in this series finale. Kazmir getting ready for his 10th pitch to Phillips. Votto and Duvall off to their leads. Another 3-2. Runners take off this time. Phillips lifts it down the right field line. Tolles is over to make the catch. And the runners retreat safely.
Brian Price gets a little aggressive and starts the runners because he's very confident that Phillips is not going to strike out with as many pitches that they've thrown in that at bat and gotten foul balls. Reds were fortunate that that ball wasn't hit a little harder and a little more at Tolles, because all of a sudden he might have been able to pick one of the runners off that had tried to advance to the next base.
Tolles able to make the play on this one. Misplayed an Adam Duvall fly ball early in the game into a triple. Finds this one in the sun. The first out of the 3rd. And up comes Scott Schebler. Doubled his first time. Strike one.
We really haven't seen many cutters, sliders, or curveballs out of Scott Kazmir. I don't know why. Because it seems like the Reds are really deciding all he can throw is the changeup and the fastball. Something that's going to be breaking right here would be an awfully good pitch. They have been sitting red or soft. There we go.
Ball and a strike on the former Dodger, Scott Schebler. Breaking ball popped up. Foul ground, but it will reach the seats, and it's 1-2. So back-to-back breaking pitches.
I'd stay with it right here. I mean, if you want to throw a high fastball, but that's what Schebler got on top of when he hit the bullet to right field. He's kind of feeling for that breaking ball, and it really has been an Achilles heel to him as a hitter. I like the fact that you can throw the ball that you're uncomfortable pitching with in a count where you can miss wide if you want. A little more room for error right here.
Back to a fastball, missed away.
And the target was inside. He missed all the way across the plate. It's not a bad time now to throw the slider.
Giving up these 2 runs on 4 hits and 3 walks. Yet to find any rhythm. Votto's at second. Duvall's at first. And Kazmir ready for a 2-2 to Scott Schebler. Here it comes. It's inside with another fastball, and the count is full.
It is in. And it is the 15th batter he's faced, and it is the 8th 3-ball count.
See if Brian Price is aggressive again. Kazmir taking a look. Schebler much more likely to strike out than Phillips. Which would make Brian Price much more unlikely to send those runners. They don't run. And a jam shot. Shallow center. Peterson won't get there. Votto will score. Ball was juggled and then thrown in. RBI single from Schebler with Duvall stopping at third, and this is a 6-3 game.
Unfortunate for the Dodgers, this ball's hit so weakly, in on the label and just finds a hole. Kind of thrown out there like a grenade. When it lands, it's a run.
So this will be his 30th pitch of this inning. Gave up the run in the first and a misplayed fly ball, and then is able to pitch around a leadoff double in the second. 4 of the 5 have reached here in the third. Eugenio Suarez now taking a ball. Kazmir's 1-0 comes after a look at first.
You want to keep that double play in order, so you just can't disregard that runner at first. Scott's leg kick, there would be a tendency maybe to go on first move.
Two and already at 71 pitches. This is starting to look more like the first 2 games of this series, where the bullpen will have to eat a large chunk of the innings. Tying run at the plate in the third, and 3 balls and no strikes on him.
Chavez is hot and ready in the bullpen. I think if he walks him right here, Dave Roberts probably going to hook him. Give Chavez a little bit more breathing room as far as the scoreboard is concerned, but no breathing room if all of a sudden it's a walk and it's bases loaded, 1 out.
One of his best starts against the Reds in May. This so far not sharp. Outside corner, 3-1. His shortest outing of the season is 3 innings. Came against San Diego in early July. And at the corners, 1 out in the third, and a 3-1 pitch to Suarez. Fouled back, 3-2.
Backed into a corner where you just go strength against strength. 3-0 fastball, 3-1 fastball. He threw a 3-2 fastball to Schebler. Got the jam shot, but still was not in a place where he could put somebody away with the breaking ball by pitching ahead or even in the count.
Big 3-2 pitch from Scott Kazmir is on the corner for strike 3. Trying to rescue his outing here, and he gets Suarez looking for out number 2.
Excellent pitch, perfect pitch right there. The location, you'll say it's risky on a 3-2 count. You need to get more of the plate, but if he was aiming right down the middle and missed a little left, right on the corner. Got a chance to put some wind back in his sails.
Reds trying to take advantage of this opportunity here in the third inning. They have 2 runs in. They trail 6-3, and the 8-hitter Tucker Barnhart stands in with 2 gone. Attacks what would have been ball 1, strike 1.
A little spin on that ball right there. Attacking the first pitch fastball. Probably don't want to get deep in the count with a pitcher on deck. Reds have action in their bullpen, so not guaranteed that the pitcher will hit. Could be a deke by Brian Price, or it could be legit that they will hit.
One and one on Barnhart, who's looking for his first hit of this series. Reds catcher is 0 for 6. Kazmir delivers, and Barnhart pops it up. Shallow center, another bloop single. And whereas early it was a lack of control and balls hit hard, right now they're simply falling in against Kazmir. 6-4 as the Reds have plated 3 in the third.
Unlucky with Schebler, and now unlucky with Barnhart. This one gets in on him. It's a breaking ball. The Schebler hit was a fastball in off the plate. Slider slash cutter, and just not hit hard enough to reach the outfielders.
Shortest outing of the season for Scott Kazmir, 2 2/3. Not the way you wanted to set up that bullpen for the Giants and Cubs homestand. 6-4 game. Dodgers still in front. But in the third inning, the Dodger bullpen goes to work with Jesse Chavez. Kazmir, you've got to go back to August of 2014 when he went 1 1/3 while with the A's against the Angels. Here he goes only 2 2/3, and he'll hope that Jesse Chavez can keep him with that line right there, because the men at first and second, the Chavez inherits, will be Kazmir's responsibility.
Chavez came in relief in the first game of this series behind Bud Norris, went an inning a third, did well. Try and recreate that right here.
These are the kinds of situations the Dodgers acquired Jesse Chavez for. A career split between the bullpen and the rotation. And Josh Smith, the pitcher, pops up the first pitch. Chavez throws. Peterson makes the call and the catch to end the third inning. Reds get 3 more to chase Kazmir. Chavez needs 1 pitch to finish the inning, and it's 6-4. Dodger Baseball on Sportsnet LA is brought to you by the Dodge Challenger. Test drive one at your local Dodge dealer today. And by Children's Hospital Los Angeles. We treat kids better. Oral, you were telling us yesterday about the Strings area of Vero Beach. This is there at one of Dr. Frank Job's Dr. Fantasy camps with you and Sandy.
Yeah, I was retired. I could tell my back leg is breaking down there. I wasn't very strong, but I just for fun wanted to get on the strings and have some fun. And Sandy was there, and we were reliving some old times of when he really did coach me when I was in my prime and taught me so much about how to throw a baseball and how to pitch.
I think you look like you still got it there.
You know, the other day I said I'm texting Sandy to verify a story, and Sandy never texted back, but he did call. He likes to call, and he happened to call today. It was during the broadcast. I've already texted him and said, sorry, we're on the air.
Corey Seager leads off the fourth against Josh Smith and takes a ball.
What was the story you told me?
That legend has it that he got to a point where he was so good and so confident that he recorded a post-game interview with Vin Scully before the game, before one of his starts.
That just doesn't sound like Sandy.
And maybe it's just, you know, one of those legends that's
maybe it was a getaway
created.
day, and Vin said, you know, we're probably not going to have time to get down from there, plus then make the bus or make the train. So let's record one like you had a really good outing.
Yeah.
And if you had a bad one, you wouldn't be the post-game interview anyway.
Good call.
So I wonder how many strikeouts Vin had him with prior to the game.
Corey Seager leading off the fourth inning by striking out against Smith on a tailing fastball. One gone. Up comes Adrian Gonzalez. We look back at our Carl's Cam replay. Or Grandal comes up, and Gonzalez will follow. Or Gonzalez is up. I'm sorry. Long road trip, right? It's a Carl's Cam replay. 3-run home run is way to start the day for the Dodgers, putting up 3-0. Get one more in that inning, and two more in the third. Oh, 2-0. I know one guy that is upset that Homer Bailey's out, and that's Adrian Gonzalez. His numbers better than anybody else in the game against Homer Bailey. I strike 2-1. Came into the game, and this is not in limited data. Over 23 at-bats with a .435 average in his career against Homer Bailey. And the home run was his 6th against him. One of every 4 at-bats he homers. 2-2. Those are the updated numbers.
That's the way Craig Biggio hit me.
Yeah.
Oh, he killed me. He wore that armor. I couldn't run the fastball in on him because he just stick that armor out and get hit. And when you pitched him away, which where he loved it, he just hammered the ball.
Smith with back-to-back Ks to open this fourth.
I'm not going to say it, but it doesn't smell good. It's one of those games you got to watch out again. You jump out with that 6th spot. You give up the scratch run on losing a ball in the sky. You got a pitcher on the mound that all of a sudden doesn't have control, has a real short outing. You're into your bullpen, but Cincinnati's got life, and now all of a sudden you come back on offense and your 2 top hitters that are really hot strike out. Dodgers need to find something to get a little momentum back.
Grandal took one low and now waits on a 1-0, and that's low as well. Craig Biggio, just for the record, .410 against you in his career. Does that sound about right?
You know, I want to thank the guys in the truck for putting some detail on my negative memory.
Who did you own?
Davey Concepcion.
Look that one up, guys. 2-0.
Oh, the computer just crashed, they said. He hit 048, 1 for 21. How many strikeouts?
Only five Ks against him.
Wasn't very good.
No. Bad luck he had against you. There's a base hit to left center from Yasmani Grandal.
I just grabbed that name because I'm not one to remember every at bat like some pitchers can recall it. But if you put me in context and the guy steps in the box, or you get me in the stadium with the red uniforms, I just Concepcion, Cincinnati Reds. I wouldn't want you to look up Barry Larkin. I think he hit me pretty good.
Did he?
I think so. That's okay. We're done with that.
Yep. Jock Peterson. He's reached both times after a rough start to this series. Came into the day 1 for 9 over the first few games, but he's got a walk and a single and scored after both. To get some momentum going for Jock again into the San Francisco series. Started to play some more against left-handed pitching. The only sure thing as far as starts for him in that series, the middle game, Cueto. Pair of left-handed starters, though, bookending this series with Madison Bumgarner and then Matt Moore, who was acquired largely because the Dodgers, you figure, struggle against left-handed pitching. That came right before the deadline. Matt Moore to the Giants right after the Dodgers acquired another left-handed hitter in Josh Reddick. 1-2.
To get the momentum back in this game, Jock Peterson just hit an absolute bullet in his last at bat, and he just doesn't need to hit it this hard. But if he can get it up a little bit and hit it his average hard, he's going to get a 2 spot here. He is seeing the ball really well.
Smith trying to strike out the side around the 2-out single from Grandal, right off of a microphone. Seager struck out, Gonzalez struck out, Grandal singled. And now 1-2 on Jock Peterson. Josh Smith didn't have the best, most electric stuff. Good pitching know-how, though.
Josh Smith wasn't even in big league camp. He was in minor league camp. So to find his bio in the Cincinnati Media Guide, you've got to go deep into it, into the minor leaguers. So he's made the climb this year to help out this Red staff.
In for Homer Bailey today. 2-2 on Jock Peterson. Neither starter lasting in this game. Neither starter recording an out in the 4th. Neither starter throwing a pitch in the 4th. Muscles one. Peraza comes up and makes the play, and for good measure tags Grandal, but they will rule it a catch for Peraza. Dodgers up 6-4, bottom of the fourth inning back in Cincinnati. Got 4 in the first inning, 2 more in the third, but the Reds have chipped away with a single run in the first and 3 runs in the third. Jesse Chavez threw 1 pitch to finish the third inning in relief of Scott Kazmir, and he'll need to give the Dodgers some length today. Help out that bullpen, try and even this series at 2 games and give the Dodgers a winning road trip.
And very important to keep the momentum now on defense. And when you're facing Hamilton, it's about strikes. Don't give him the free pass. Force him to hit the ball. And the infielders are going to have to be on their toes because it's going to have to be charged, field cleanly, and gotten to first in a hurry.
Peraza and Votto follow. Top of the Reds order, and Hamilton fouls off the first pitch. Strike 1. Billy Hamilton. Mississippi, where he was planning to go to Mississippi State to play baseball and football. He was a star receiver. 1-1. Went from a guy that statistically last year was one of the worst hitters in baseball and wasn't much different in the first half this year to a completely different guy here in the second half with an on-base percentage around 400. League average, just for your context, is 320 or so. And he's up around 400 in the second half. 2-2.
Joey Votto watched him struggle long enough, and so he took him under his wing. And really, it wasn't about technique as much as it was about process. And every day he walks by his locker and just says, "Come on, we're going to the cage."
And Chavez retires him with a fastball to start the fourth.
Fastball away, catches the corner. Nice job by Yasmani Grandal framing it, freezing it out there on the edge.
Jesse has that look in his eye today. Knows how important his role is and how important this game is. Think about the differences in wins or in a win versus a loss. Besides the simple one of a happy flight versus a somber flight home. Peraza pulls a base hit to left. It's the difference in a winning road trip and a losing road trip. It's the difference in splitting the series or losing the series. And it's the difference in heading into the Giants series with a full game lead or a tie.
No matter how much they pay you or where you get to play in these palaces, you cannot escape feelings. And it's going to be a better feeling to win today.
Joey Votto slicing a fly ball the other way, sending Kendrick back, bangs off the wall. Peraza comes in to score on a Votto double, and it's 6-5.
Joey Votto is swinging a very hot bat. He's turning on balls. He's short and compact to left field. He put a charge into that one right there and really didn't overswing at all, just barreled it up.
Joey Votto over the first 2 months of the season hit .213 and told reporters at the end of May that he'd rather quit and leave all the money owed to him than continue to play the way he was playing. It was right after he said that he started to heat up, and has been the best hitter in baseball by many different measures since June 1st. There's strike 1 on Duvall. He's under team control through his age 40 season. That's 2024. It's the longest guaranteed contract in Major League Baseball history. Chavez to the plate, 0-1. Ball 1. Dodgers led this game 4-0 after a half inning. Reds now have the tying run in scoring position with one gone in the fourth. 1-2 on Duvall. Tripled homer run his first time, walked and scored his last time. Two and two now.
Reds outscored the Dodgers first two games 20-2. Yesterday the Dodgers win 4-0. And now they go toe to toe.
Two, and Duvall pushes a fly ball to right center field. Peterson with room. Votto advances to third on the second out here in the fourth. So Chavez trying to strand the tying run down at third with Brandon Phillips due to hit. Once upon a time a Dodger killer earlier in his career with the Reds when he hit above 360 in his first 40 or so games. But his last 30 games against the Dodgers coming into this series, 198. Strike one.
Think about Brandon Phillips. When there was the lefty on the mound, Scott Kazmir, he's actually weaker against left-handers. 275, only one home run and 109 at bats. With a righty on the mound, Jossie Chavez, against righties, he hits 291 with 7 bombs.
On the 0-1. It's a fly ball. It is shallow right. Tolles had trouble with one earlier. He's got a beat on this one to end the fourth inning. Reds cut it to 1 on a double from Votto, but he's stranded at third, and we go to the fifth. Giants and Dodgers, 9 games remaining between them to decide the West, and it all begins tomorrow at Dodger Stadium. Go to Dodgers.com/tickets. Make sure you hurry and do so. What an atmosphere it's going to be at Chavez Ravine. And here are in yellow the results of the final game in each of the first 3 series between the teams. And just below each of those yellow lines, where the Dodgers stood in the standings at the end of those respective series. Howie Kendrick taking ball 1. So after the first series between the teams on the opening road trip of the year, the Dodgers left San Francisco down 1. Then the Giants came to Dodger Stadium and were 1 game ahead of San Francisco by winning that series. Last time they faced off mid-June in San Francisco, the deficit was a full 5 games. Since that 3-game series where the Giants had the 2 come from behind wins to put the Dodgers 5 back, the Dodgers have the best record in the National League. Here's a 2-1 to Kendrick, and it's outside. 3 balls, 1 strike.
And they're starting the series with their ace, Madison Bumgarner. We're starting with our ace as of right now, Kenta Maeda. Both pitchers are 12-7. Bumgarner at a 2.25 and Maeda at a 3.29. And that ace on the bench is getting healthier every day.
That'd be your ace in the hole.
Yeah. Can you imagine getting Clayton back and getting Rich Hill healthy and in there, and you don't have to give up any players to get both of them? That's a good late season acquisition.
That's getting back the best numbers in the National League for much of the season in Kershaw, and the best numbers in the American League for much of the year in Rich Hill. It'll pop up and foul ground. Votto's over and out of room. The Giants, remarkably, after having the best record in baseball in the first half, have gone 11-23 in the second half. That's the worst record in baseball. 11-23. Kendrick starts the 5th with a walk.
Got so bad in San Francisco that a few days back Bruce Bochy was having individual meetings prior to games with the guys on the team, having group meetings with different sections like the bullpen or the starting lineup, the starters, just trying to figure out what the pulse of the team is and how they can fix it, and giving his opinion.
Andrew Toles brought in a run with a sacrifice fly and with a single. He's knocked in 2 today and swings through one that cuts towards his back hip for strike 1. One and one. Giants Dodger rivalry going all the way back to the days in New York. Back to when the teams moved together to the West Coast in 1958. Very first games they played in their new locations were against each other in San Francisco. Toles pulls one down the right field line. It's hooking, and it is gone. A home run. First career Major League home run for Andrew Toles.
It's the netting above the Dodger bullpen. He's got a chance to get that souvenir back. Came in on him 3 times. Little cutter, little two-seamer, and then one more time inside, and he got him.
Rob Segedin now blasts off. Toles and Segedin have gone back-to-back with their first career big league long balls. Suddenly smells a little better, huh?
It does right now. You go from a 6 spot to a 9 spot.
Silent treatment.
They just needed a rest from getting up from Andrew's bomb.
Josh Reddick now hitting in the pitcher's spot after Toles in second and go back-to-back in the fifth. Now Reddick with a fly ball down the right field line. Schebler runs out of room. What a moment.
Get to say this twice. First big league home run on that swing right there. A cutter up and in, keeps it fair, hits the netting, protecting those Dodgers. And here comes Rob Seguin, another breaking ball hanging on the inner half of the plate there, and he almost goes upper deck.
Reddick pops it up into short right field. Brandon Phillips there for the first out of the inning. So Rob Seguin hits his first major league home run on the due date of his first child. The emotions he's got to be feeling right now.
A couple of Okie City guys come up here, make a contribution in a big way in a big game going into a huge series against the Giants.
Chase Utley's fourth at bat. Yeah, we are only in the fifth inning. High strike, going one. Three home runs today for the Dodgers. One source that doesn't surprise you, two that do. Gonzalez, Toles, Seguin. 1-1. Two balls and a strike on Chase Utley. Talk about all the intangible things Chase brings. We talk about that just about every day. He's played in enough big games throughout his career. One of those intangibles is what he brings to a club in a stretch like they're about to go through. Hard hit, base hit through the hole on the right side for Utley's second hit of the day. And already the 12th Dodger hit.
It's a spanking that the Reds put on the Dodgers in the first two games. They were hitting everything, and now the Dodgers are returning the favor here in the last game. Yesterday, the 4-0 win. Pretty much every department just did a solid job to win 4-0. Kenley Jansen finally got to come out of the pen, even though he didn't get a save. Finally pitched after about 6 days rest. Bats have awakened, swinging the bat like they did in Philadelphia beginning of this trip.
All 9 players in the Dodger lineup today that started, including Scott Kazmir, have at least one hit. Ball and a strike on Corey Seager. Rob Seguin, who considered retirement just a year ago when he was in the Yankee system and had been demoted from AAA to AA. He said, honey, to his wife, we're heading in the wrong direction. After a long minor league career, 6 seasons, some serious injuries that he overcame. Decided to stick it out. He would become a free agent after this year with the Yankees, so he thought that even though they wouldn't grant him his release, he wasn't too far from being a free agent where he could test the waters elsewhere. But then something happened that opened that door sooner than it would have otherwise. That trade to the Dodgers. On 2-1, runner takes off, and Seager lifts a towering drive to right center. Schebler's back, and it is gone. A skyscraping homer. The 3rd home run of the inning for the Dodgers, and they're unloading on Cincinnati.
You say you're surprised when Corey Seager hits a home runs because he hits so many balls on the line or hard ground balls that find holes. This one nobody can field when you clear the wall for the 22nd time. These kind of swings will get you in the Rookie of the Year and get that one done, and then get you into the MVP conversation.
Number 22, a majestic home run from Corey Seager, chasing Josh Smith from the game. And the Dodgers lead the Reds 11-5. His outing struck out Seager and Gonzalez, but things unraveled on him here in the 5th inning, allowing homers to Toll, second, and then Seager, whose shot was a no-doubter.
They have been picking on balls or breaking. This is a fastball that leaks right down the middle. And that home run right there ties the franchise record for the most home runs by a shortstop. Mr. Glenn Wright did it back in 1930. Now Mr. Corey Seager, number 5, does it here in 2016.
Jumbo Diaz comes in. And Gonzalez, who started the day with a 3-run homer, now lifts one to the opposite field, sending Duvall back. And the Dodgers have hit 4 home runs in the 5th inning in Cincy. The second of the day for Adrian Gonzalez.
Two kids team up for back-to-back, and then a kid and the veteran team up for the second back-to-back in the same inning.
Yasmani Grandal taking outside. I'd say there's some momentum right now heading into that San Francisco series. Long way to go in this one, but trending in the right direction. Grandal wanted to join the party. Tomahawks his bat down to the ground and breaks it in frustration, and a pop out to Phillips.
3 swings earlier than this all go for pull home runs. Adrian goes oppo with that one. Boy, is it nice to see his power to the opposite field come back a little bit. Most of his power, as he has had the resurgence, has been to the pull side. If he starts hitting it powerfully that way, watch out.
Jock Peterson swings through it. I think everybody's up there trying to hit one now. Peterson on one bounce. Peraza. How about that inning? How about that inning? 4 home runs for the Dodgers in a 6-run 5th. Toles and Seguin both get the first home runs of their careers. They went back-to-back to start the party. How about the silent treatment for Seguin before they embraced him? And then the more likely suspects. Seager with number 22. Gonzalez with his second of the day and 14th of the season. Fun times in Cincy.
Home runs in one inning. It's quite a party down here. Best part for sure was Rob Seguin getting the silent treatment from his teammates. But Justin Turner was just joking with the guy saying, wait, are we playing a day game this week? Because I think we need to, Joe.
Yeah, it going well for the Dodgers today. Trying to extend that lead in the division to a full game. San Francisco idle today. As we cycle through the guys that just went deep. Grant Dayton buzzes Scott Schebler with ball one. Longest of the home runs in the inning. Care to guess?
Seguin's the longest.
Seager.
Wow.
Was it 400? 401. Shortest of the home runs. Guess.
Gonzalez.
Got it. 351. Toles was 363. Seguin's was 380. One and two on Schebler. Two and two. So this is the first time the Dodgers have hit 4 home runs in one inning since the famed 4+1 game on September 18th, 2006 in the bottom of the 9th inning against San Diego. Check swing foul ball, still 2-2. That game, of course, was finished in extras when Nomar Garciaparra hit a game-winning home run. So the first time in a decade and the first time since one of the more memorable games in franchise history. Schebler yanks one to Toles, who runs it down for the first out of the 5th inning. So they entered the bottom of the 9th inning down 9-5. Jeff Kent, J.D. Drew, Russell Martin, and Marlon Anderson hit 4 consecutive home runs to send it into extras. Down to the bottom of the 10th after San Diego went and scored a run in the top half of the inning. Kenny Lofton walked to start the inning, and Nomar hit a walk-off home run. It came like this in the middle of a pennant race where the Dodgers were trailing in that case. Eugenio Suarez takes a ball. And ironically, on that 4+1 day, they entered the day last in the National League in homers.
They were first last year, and they were down on the list this year until this power surge they've had in the last 2 months. Now they're hitting the home run ball at the same pace as when they led the league in home runs last year.
Here's Grand Dayton to the plate with a 2-0. And it's up 3-0.
The home run that Nomar hit in the 4+1 game was his largest emotional reaction on a baseball field in his whole career. He just went nuts, pumping his fist. And he hit it off of Rudy Cianez, and he had to go to Rudy later and apologize.
for the emotion that he showed?
You know, didn't want him to think he showed him up. And Rudy said, boy, if I'd have hit that home run, I'd have had that reaction too. Don't worry about it.
Yeah, and again, it was the context of it. Not just the context of what they had to do to get it to extras, but the fact that it was in the middle of a division race where they were trailing and desperately needed the win. A little less drama in this game with those 4 runs, those 4 home runs. But this will still go down as one of the memorable moments of the 2016 season. And these 4 home runs included back-to-back first career major league homers. Inside to Suarez, who walks with 1 out. And isn't that one of the more beautiful things of a baseball season? Those great moments that you accumulate as that story writes itself over 162 pages, different chapters of the season from month to month. Memories that are created in every season. Even a Red season like this where they're in last place will have memories to it, where you look back at 2016 and say, yeah, that game. This one will be referred to as the 4-homer and 1-inning game.
I'll tell you what, with 9 games left with the Giants, 6 of them at home, a large portion of the highlight reel for 2016 has yet to be photographed. It is coming, and you talk about drama, that's coming too.
Ball on a strike on Tucker Barnhart. Dayton's 1-1 is low, and it's 2-1. At this point, you just hope for your pitchers to come in and pound the zone on getaway day with a 7-run lead. And thank goodness it's not your typical August weather in Cincinnati. This being a day game and a long one at that. Barnhart lines to Utley and back to the bag. Safely goes Suarez. What's the temperature? You check to see temperature today. It's beautiful though.
Remember yesterday we were at 79 degrees middle of the game.
Horacio, that's who gets it first.
Right on 79 again.
Yep.
Actually supposed to clear up even more. It's partly cloudy right now, but it's actually supposed to clear.
And now a great moment in baseball history. The first plate appearance for Jumbo Diaz.
Talk about drama.
And he puts it in play. Gonzalez goes to short to finish the inning. Dodgers baseball on Sportsnet LA is brought to you by Carl's Jr. Introducing the Bacon Three-Way Burger, only at Carl's Jr. Andrew Toles and Rob Segedin back-to-back for their first career home runs. 2 more homers in the inning. A 4-home-run 5th inning for the Dodgers. And a 12-5 lead as we enter the 6th inning. Kendrick, Toles, Segedin. Now he's been on base all 3 times. Diaz pours in a strike. Couple of singles and a walk. He scored 2 of the Dodgers' 12 runs. And waits on Jumbo's 0-1.
You got to still grind it out. The Dodgers were up 6-1 on a gift run, 6-2. Then all of a sudden it was 6-5, and then the explosion. You just can't fall asleep and then think you turn it back on. You're going to keep grinding it out here, and you might as well have some fun with the bats. You're going to get the underbelly of the Reds bullpen.
And a half-hearted swing and a miss at an elevated fastball from Diaz. 1 gone here in the 6th. And Andrew Toles. He's knocked in 4 with that 2-run homer. Entered the day in his major league career without a home run and with just 1 RBI. He's got a home run and 4 driven in today. He's the 2nd out in the 6th. Here's Segedin.
Let's take a look at our Morongo Casino Resort and Spa slow-mo cam. And it must have felt like slow motion as the ball leaves the ballpark and as he entered the dugout, as he gets the silent treatment from the boys in blue. That'll be a fond memory for him for the rest of his life. First big league home run on the due date of his first child.
Here's a 1-0 from Diaz, and it's outside. 2 balls and no strikes. Jumbo Diaz, a career minor leaguer who dropped 70 pounds in one offseason. And made his major league debut at the age of 30 after coming back from Tommy John. Rob Segedin at a long path to the majors just like Diaz did. Overcame a couple of serious injuries to get there. Waits on this 2-1 from Jumbo. Fouls it off. Segedin had a stress fracture in his spine. It caused him to miss an entire year of his college career while he was at Tulane. And while he was in the minor leagues, had to have surgery on both hips. That is serious stuff. Doctors discovered deformities in his femurs. So they went in and had to shave the bones, repair his labrums on both sides. That was only 3 years ago. He was able to get healthy enough to continue his climb through the Yankees system. That climb stalled out last year. Really committed himself to changing his body this offseason. Went to a gluten-free diet, started eating more healthy fats, committed himself to the weight room. Was having a big season in Oklahoma City during that call-up. As his first major league home run today. Pedro Baez enters a 12-5 game in the bottom of the 6th inning. Dodgers try to have a winning road trip. Hey, earlier today, a former Dodger, Carl Erskine, who pitched in Brooklyn, and then when the team moved to Los Angeles, he was the very first guy to throw a pitch at the Los Angeles Coliseum. So the very first guy to throw a pitch at a Dodger home game in Los Angeles. And earlier today, our Kelly Tennant had a chance to visit with him.
Here now, the legend, Carl Erskine. It's such a pleasure to be with you. I know this is a special day. You get to interact with the current Dodgers, but what was that like?
Well, you know, they look at me like, no kidding, this guy played Major League Baseball. Well, I was an average-sized player and a pitcher. But I pitched for 14 years in the Dodger organization, 12 in the big leagues. 10 of those in Brooklyn, 2 were in Los Angeles. I was always pleased to have been a transition player. I did get to pitch the opener in Los Angeles in 1958. And lo and behold, we beat the Giants that day. So one of my great memories.
The rivalry continues. I heard you telling Dave Roberts about memories of Sandy Koufax and Jackie Robinson. What were you telling him?
Well, he was asking me a couple of questions about when Sandy came up. Now, Sandy came right off the sandlots of Brooklyn, but he never had a chance to play in the minors because he'd been paid a bonus, and there was a rule that the owners had. If you got a certain amount of money, you could not option a player to the minors. Now, the Dodgers are a great teaching organization, and he missed all of that fundamentals that come with playing in the minors. So it took Sandy 5 years to become the great pitcher he was, because in the first 4 or 5, he was just a mediocre, wild, hard-throwing kid. But once he got his act together, nobody's been better than Sandy. And I was privileged to play with a lot of Hall of Famers. Our captain was Pee Wee Reese, a Hall of Famer. My catcher for over 1,500 innings, probably. I pitched to Roy Campanella, Hall of Famer. My roommate was Duke Snyder, a great center fielder, Hall of Famer. I'm actually in the Hall of Fame by association. Well, I get traded in L.A. I didn't pitch much in L.A. It was right at the end of my career. Opening day, I got to pitch, and a few other times, but then I had to retire with arm trouble. But when I go to L.A., believe me, the fans there treat me like I played my whole career in L.A., and it's a great feeling. Today, to be in the clubhouse and be in first place, oh boy, that's a dream for me.
That has to feel good, and of course they're going to be seeing the Giants this week, so the rivalry continues. Thank you for joining us. We appreciate it.
Thank you so much, and my honor, believe me.
Thank you, Carl.
That's great stuff. Billy Hamilton flied out for the first out here in the 6th inning against Baez, and now Jose Peraza bouncing one foul.
Hall of Famer by association, but a Hall of Fame gentleman that went on in retirement to be a great businessman. He was a coach. He was a leader in his community, active role in his church, and he's just a fine, fine gentleman. And he was an all-star, a world champion, won 122 games in the big leagues.
Another 2 on Peraza.
Every year he makes the trip here when the team comes to Cincinnati, one of the trips here, and comes and visits everybody.
Time for greater coverage of baseball, brought to you by T-Mobile now, as we continue to look at Carl Erskine and his major league career with the Dodgers. Won that World Series championship in 1955, the first in Dodgers history. He was part of 5 pennant-winning teams. And he's one of 3 pitchers in franchise history to have multiple no-hitters. Of course, Sandy Koufax has 4 in 4 consecutive seasons. And then a guy named Adonis Terry threw multiple no-hitters when the team was in Brooklyn way back in the 1880s. So Koufax, Adonis Terry, Carl Erskine, multiple no-hitters in Dodger uniforms. First one came against the Cubs in 1952. There's a story of before the game, Vin Scully sitting down next to Erskine. This was in Vin's 3rd year announcing Dodger games, and Erskine looked at him with a smile and said, I wonder, he had the ball in his hand, wonder what this little pill has in store for me today. He pitched extra quickly that day because there was rain coming. And so as the Dodgers had built up a lead in the early innings, wanted to make sure they got through 5 full to make it official. The rain came after 5. He had a no-hitter going. Went in the clubhouse, played cards for 40 minutes or so during the delay, came back out, finished off the no-hitter. So he stayed in there for close to an hour, and then came back out and pitched 4 more no-hit innings. Here's Seager circling with a backhand and throwing wide. Peraza's aboard with 1 gone here in the 6th. Second no-hitter came against the New York Giants a few years later. The national audience on TV with a game of the week. No-hit the Cubs in 52, no-hit the Giants in 56. You heard him tell Kelly about pitching the first game at the Coliseum. He remembers saying that, going into that outing, and he was towards the back end of his career at that point, but they gave him the ball because they wanted a veteran in front of 80,000 people at the Coliseum. What would be a pressure-packed situation for a guy. Wouldn't want to throw a young kid into it. He said his overwhelming thought was, my goodness, the first pitch at home in Los Angeles Dodgers history has to be a strike. He was really nervous about that first offering, and it was. Thought it was 2 for 3. And he takes ball 1.
That must have been quite a sight to pitch in front of 80,000 people, to leave the dugout, leave the bullpen, come out there and see 80,000 people. Football crowd plus.
That's right. Quite a sight, quite a sound with all the transistor radios around that stadium tuned into Vin Scully. One and one on Votto, and the reason that those first started to spread before people found out the treasure that Vin was when the team had just moved there was because in the Coliseum, if you're putting 80,000 people in there, a lot of those seats are going to be really bad in a football stadium.
Or you might be in line at the bathroom and want to know what's going on in the game still.
And that's why they're still in use today. People like to listen to the radio call throughout the game. Votto tomahawks a high line drive to right. Toles misplays it all the way to the wall. Peraza headed to the plate. Here's Utley's relay. It's not in time. Votto's to third, and it's a 12-6 game.
Doesn't matter what the score is on the scoreboard. Joey Votto can hit no matter if it's his first at bat, last at bat, down 12-6 or whatever it is. Toles makes a nice try on that ball right there, just gets under his glove, and like the fact that he's going for the diving out to shorten the game. 1 run's not going to change the game, but the out can get it over in a hurry. Decent relay, but no chance for Peraza.
A couple of balls in right that turned into triples today. Toles lost a fly ball earlier that led to a triple for Duvall, and here his gamble on a line drive in front of him turns into one for Votto. Adam Duvall taking ball 1 from Baez. Two and out.
Reds have scored in 4 out of the 6 innings. Dodgers just have 3 out of 6 innings, but their totals are a lot bigger in each inning. And only 1 3 up, 3 down, half of an inning, and that was on the Dodger offensive side last inning.
Duvall goes up the ladder, elevates it to left. Kendrick glides over to the corner. They hung up there forever. Votto tags from third and scores. Sacrifice fly for Duvall. 12-7.
reason I bring up they've scored 4 out of 6 innings. You can't just all of a sudden say 12-7, this game is over. J.P. Howell up, backing up Baez on the mound in the Dodger bullpen. He had a little bit of a rough one the other night as he pitched the last inning of the rain-delayed game. Got nicked up a little bit.
Base is empty, 2 gone. Brandon Phillips takes one by the hands for a ball.
A wake-up call right there for Brandon. The first pitch fastball attacker, but that one was right around his chest, so he had to get out of the way.
Up and in again.
If this one's out over the plate and a strike, he might swing really hard. He wasn't too sure it was going to be over the plate, so he was taken all the way.
Neither one of these guys in this matchup have ever been accused of working too quickly. And he walks him on 4 pitches that were up and in. Now they have on Fangraphs a measurement of who the fastest and slowest workers are in baseball. I'd be interested to see where Baez and Phillips are in that, as far as time between pitches for both the hitters and the pitchers.
Well, there is something, I think, to pitching quickly and having pace and a rhythm, almost like a golf swing, where you want to take your practice swings, you want to address the ball, and then you want to have that same feeling and go ahead and hit it for real. And you can't take practice deliveries, but the sooner you get back on the rubber, I think the sooner you feel what your mistake was or what you did properly, and then you can repeat it. Dave Pelz, the rocket scientist that turned to golf and teaching golf and learning about golf, thought that after a practice swing you need to feel it, and that's exactly what you want, and then within the 10 to 12 seconds your brain can remember that feeling and go through that sequencing again, and you need to take your shot within 10 to 12 seconds of that practice swing where it felt really good. And I think pitching, I thought about that a lot when I was on the mound. Like I need to keep the rhythm going so that I can feel what I'm doing and make the adjustments.
Six straight balls. Walked Phillips on 4 pitches, now behind Schebler 2-0. Schebler, the kind of guy that could bring the Reds to within 3 with 1 swing here. So Baez needs to be cognizant on 2-0, and he gets him with an elevated fastball.
You want to win this game, you want to have momentum, you want to have a happy flight home, but there's way more momentum and it's way more boisterous and fun, and everybody, when the whole roster does well. You don't want it to be such a grind. You win this game 12-9 and there's 3 of your relievers that are upset, and your starter had a short game, and maybe some other guys took offers. So people are mature enough and on the team page of saying, you know, I feel really good about the day, but then you also have to kind of mourn the loss of your teammate that didn't do well. You can't be over the top. So there's a lot more momentum if Pedro get this done. J.P. Howell, if he comes in behind him, gets it done in a hurry. Some of the guys that haven't gotten a hit here today, maybe they scratch one out, and then the whole team can celebrate. They also want every piece of this roster to feel confident going into the Giant and Cubs series as they come home. You don't want relievers coming out of the pen trying to find it and responding to a bad outing.
The payoff with the runner taking off, and Schebler pops it foul. Two runs in this inning and a triple from Votto and a sac fly from Duvall. And after a walk to Phillips, Schebler walks as well. Dave Roberts coming to make a double switch. So Baez walks two, gives up two hits. J.P. Howell comes into the game. Kike Hernandez will enter as well to replace Andrew Toles in right. Dodger Baseball on Sportsnet LA is brought to you by Nissan. Choose Nissan today for great offers on our most exciting lineup ever. Shop online at choosenissan.com.
Welcome back to Cincinnati, where the Dodgers lead, and into third base on the double switch. Kike Hernandez goes into the 8 hole in your batting order. J.P. Howell on the mound, who is coming back off of a tough outing from the rain delay game on Saturday, where he ended the game down 8-0, ended up giving up 3 runs himself. And he's just got to erase that from his memory banks, get right back in here and keep the season going for him.
And I had said that Toles would be replaced by Hernandez. You corrected that appropriately. It's Hernandez at third, replacing Seguin. Howell ahead of Suarez 0-1, and Suarez pulls it to short, caught by Seager, inning over. Reds get a couple back in a 12-7 game as we go to the late innings in Cincy. Back in Cincinnati, where the Dodgers lead the Reds 12-7 in the series finale. We're on to the 7th inning. A lot of offense in this game on a beautiful day for baseball. Kike Hernandez came in defensively last inning. And in the pitcher's spot, bats to lead off this frame against Jumbo Diaz. Ollie and Seager follow. And that's ball one. So for Toles and Seguin, those back-to-back home runs, both first career home runs. It's only the 8th time in Major League history that two guys have gone back-to-back, and both homers have been the first of those guys' careers. And it's the first time it's ever happened for the Dodgers. First happened in 1901. A guy named Pop Dylan and Kid Elberfeld went back-to-back for the Tigers. And it actually happened earlier this year. Remember, for the Yankees, only more than a week ago, Tyler Austin and Aaron Judge. That was a little more remarkable because that wasn't just their first career home runs in back-to-back ABs. That was first career home runs in first career ABs.
That had to be
back-to-back. Yes. Victor Martinez was part of a instance like that in 2002 with Earl Snyder for the Indians. Hernandez pops it in foul ground. Votto in front of the dugout has it. Felix Martinez and Esteban Yan went back-to-back for the Devil Rays in 2000. Sal Butera, Bryn Smith for the Expos in '85.
Pitcher, Bryn Smith.
Lyman Bostic and Butch Winnegar for the Twins in 1976. Al Bumbry and Rich Coggins for the Orioles in '73. That was the first time, that instance right there for the Orioles in 1973, since the very first occurrence in 1901. Strike one on Chase Utley. So the 8th time in Major League history, back-to-back home runs, where both home runs are the first of a player's career. Andrew Toles, Rob Seguin joining that list. Utley's 2 for 4 today. He singled twice, scored after both singles. Diaz brings him a 1-1, and it's outside. Three and one.
Can you imagine Rob Seguin hits the home run? His wife's at home. Due date today. Watching the game. Gets so excited she goes into labor.
That would be a story.
The home run. He's not going to get home any sooner than being on the charter flight.
And Utley walks with 1 out against Diaz. Of course, she was at his debut game when he knocked in 4. And our cameras captured her with Rob's mother celebrating his first big league hit and his first 4 big league RBIs, all against David Price. And Vin made some joke along the line of, I hope this doesn't induce labor.
Oh, really?
Right then, yeah.
21 home runs in AAA this year. Big time power. He was having a great year. It's nice for him to crack his first one here. Some 31 at bats into his big league career, and he does this on the first or second at bat where he got his first hit. Drove in the RBI right there. Called up to bolster the Dodgers in their abilities to hit left-handers, and his wife and mom and dad, everybody happy right there.
1-1 on Seager. So we wish Robin the best of luck.
Yeah. With Robinson coming.
And hopefully Rob home to see it. Hold on another few hours. He's coming home.
Probably a little nervous flight for him.
Oh, yeah. With, you know, only hopefully he's got iMessage so he can log onto the internet, have contact that way. Mac Jenkins, the pitching coach, coming out. Talk with Diaz. Isn't it funny that we now complain when the internet's bad on an airplane at 30,000 feet in the air?
It was spoiled.
Yeah.
Rob's sitting next to Howie Kendrick. Howie's probably talking about his 2 boys. They're part of the ceremony for his bobblehead day. He's probably talking about fatherhood now. Rob's saying, yeah, she's pregnant. I got to get back. I got to get back tonight. It's not always baseball.
Two and one on Seager. 3-1. Seager has one of the Dodgers' 5 home runs today, including that 4-home run 5th inning. His 22nd home run of the year, nearing Justin Turner's team lead. And on 3-1, Hunter took off and he fouled it off.
You know, 2 days ago, Corey Seager was not in the top 10 in batting in the National League. Then he went 2 for 4. And then today, with 3 hits, he's now 4th in the National League in hitting. He moved from off the board to 7th to 4th in 2 days with 5 hits in the last 2 days. Now at 320.
Now, we were talking between innings after that home run. And we talked earlier in the game about him being part of the MVP discussion. But with a good final month, I think he's more than a fringe member of the discussion. I think a good final month, don't you think, puts him right at the forefront, assuming the Dodgers keep doing what they're doing as a team?
There's a good portion of the voters that will be sabermetric based, and then there'll be some old school voters that'll look more at home runs and RBIs and batting average. But in both styles of voting, I think he's going to get an awful lot of votes with a good same kind of month he's had in August, let's say, if he duplicates.
Well, he runs again on another foul ball. Yeah, the thing is, Chris Bryant has the same thing going for him, where he is a sabermetric darling, and he is, you know, passing the eye test and passing the traditional number tests. And he's part of that #1 story in baseball this year, which is the Cubs.
And I think that does carry some weight with voters emotionally. You know, first and foremost, they'd like to have the guy be part of a first place club. So that eliminates a lot of the field. You've got to do a lot more for a second or third place club to win the award than somebody on a first place club. And then that emotion of what's going on with the Chicago Cubs.
There goes Utley again on ball 4. If it were Heisman Trophy voting, you'd worry about regional voters being swayed between Bryant and Rizzo. You know, a lot of times you see guys lose out on the Heisman Trophy because of that. The voters get split, but I don't know that there's as much of that dynamic in the voting for baseball awards. Brian Price going to make a change as well. Jumbo Diaz issuing back-to-back walks here in the 7th. His change will be of the double switch variety too. And a 12-7 game in the 7th. Jr. into the game at third, replacing Eugenio Suarez, and here's Blake Wood on for the 55th time.
Got a career high, at least one strikeout in an appearance. He's done that 12 outings in a row. Trying to hold down the Dodgers right here and give the Reds a chance. They have sporadically scored throughout the game, so they know they can score. They just don't know how close it's going to be when they get back to hitting.
Blake Wood all over the place in his career. The Royals to the Indians and back to the Royals and then the Pirates and now the Reds. Didn't see major league time with all those organizations, but did spend time in each, whether that was in the majors or in the minors. Like the man that started the game for Cincinnati today, Homer Bailey, Blake Wood is a Tommy John guy. Ended his 2012 season. Didn't pitch again until 2014. Adrian Gonzalez fouls off his first pitch of the day that touches 97. Strike one.
You're going to have to turn it up a notch against Blake Wood. Average fastball is about 96. He's got a slider at about 90 and a split finger fastball at about 86.
Gonzalez lifts a fly ball to deep right field. He has done it again. A 3-home run game for Adrian Gonzalez. So 3 for him alone, 6 for the Dodgers today, and they've matched a season high with 15 runs.
I love this ballpark.
He said that so loud so everybody on the bench from one end to the other, I love this ballpark. And why wouldn't you? 3 for 5 with 3 home runs for Adrian Gonzalez. Congratulations, number 23. Who said his power was starting to diminish? 1 oppo and 2 to right field, and he knew it all the way.
His 5th home run of this road trip, a 2-home run game and now a 3-home run game, which matches his career high with that game against Andrew Cashner on the opening homestand last season. Padres were in town. It's the 3rd time the Dodgers have had a 3-home run game this year.
The Toles and Seguin are really excited. They get their first big league home runs, but Adrian's showing them up.
This guy here had one of those three home run games, Grandal, and Seager did as well. Dodgers at twice hit 5 in a game. It's the first time this year they've hit 6 as a team. Gonzalez, Seager, Toles, Seguin. There's a high fly ball to deep center field. Is this number 7? You bet it is, in a big way to straightaway center from Yasmani Grandal. Career high 21st of the season. Join the party, Yasmani.
What a day, a euphoric day for the Dodger offense, especially Adrian Gonzalez, but now Yasmani Grandal, who has really been the guy that has lengthened this Dodger lineup during this offensive explosion the last 2 months. It is such a chore to pitch through this lineup for a pitching staff, a starting pitcher, for anybody as powerful and as consistent as they have started to.
418 feet, the longest of the 7 home runs. Jock Peterson, he's yet to hit one today. He's behind in the count 0-2.
This is a blast. Slider that just kind of spun there like a cement mixer. Yasmani with some of the best exit velocity in the big leagues. Showed it right there.
Peterson swings at one of the dirt for strike 3. There are some guys that have great bat flips. Of course, there's the iconic bat flip from Jose Bautista in the postseason last year. I'm not sure there is a better bat drop than Yasmani Grandal routinely has. You can't get mad at him because he didn't flip it, but that's nice.
It's almost part of the swing.
Yeah, it's part of his follow through. So the 4 home run inning in the 5th, we told you, was the first time since the 4+1 game in 2006 against San Diego, where the Dodgers hit the 4 in the 9th inning to force extras, and Nomar Garciaparra won it with a homer in the 10th. This is the first time the Dodgers as a team have hit 7 home runs in a game since that game. They had 2 homers earlier in the game. So the first 7 homer game in a decade for Los Angeles. (3-0) on Kendrick, who's reached 3 times today with a pair of singles and a walk.
They still have 7 more outs. They might not be done.
It's the first time an opposing team has ever hit 7 home runs in a game in this ballpark. Other 3 times it was all the Reds. Kendrick flies to right. Schebler comes on, still charging, not going to get there. And Howie has his 3rd hit of the day. (16 runs we failed to mention, the most in a game this season, topping the 2 15-run outputs, once against Philadelphia earlier on this trip and once on opening day against San Diego.
More relaxed expression on Dave Roberts' face now than when he's been grinding it out on defense with his pitchers out there struggling with their command. Just give me some outs. Get in here. The bats are hot. We don't want them to cool off. He and Rick Honeycutt have really had to grind through the bullpen usage.
Here's a 2-0 to Tolles. They just announced over the press box PA, and this 3 home run game for Gonzalez, which matches a career high, is also a 7 RBI game, which is a new career high. Dodgers 1 shy of a franchise record for home runs in a game. They hit 8 in Milwaukee, May 23rd, 2002. That was Sean Green's 4 home run game. I guess I spoke too soon earlier when I said this would be the game that's remembered by the 4 home runs in 1 inning, because this is turning into the game remembered as the 7 home run game and the 3 home run game for Gonzalez. Tolles down swinging. Adrian Gonzalez And Yasmani Grandal back-to-back, 6th home run of the day for the Dodgers, 3rd for Gonzalez, 7th home run of the day for the Dodgers, 1st for Grandal. Look who's here, Charlotte Grace. Can you say hi, honey? Can you say home run?
She's awesome. You know, the Dodgers' hot streak since Clayton went down kind of coincides with her birthday.
Yeah, yeah, and her first trip to the big league ballpark.
Really?
A 7 home run game.
What day was she born?
June 19th.
Wow. Precious. She had her first road dinner out with Mom and Dad last night as we all went out as a group, and she was an angel.
She got to meet you last night, and I have never seen her as happy to meet a stranger, honestly, as she was when you held her. Here's Barnhart bouncing one to third off of the glove of Hernandez, and he'll have no play.
It's because when you're on the road doing the games with me, Libby's got the game on, and she knows my voice. And she knows your voice. That's good. Okay, Daddy, back to work.
It's hard. It's an error on Hernandez. And Ivan De Jesus Jr. comes up. J.P. Howell, by the way, was in the on-deck circle when the last inning ended, so Dave Roberts was about to send him up there to hit. J.P. Howell outside. It's 1-1. She really didn't have to pay her dues at all to get on, get into a big league booth, did she?
No. I was very impressed that when the pacifier was removed, she didn't start crying.
Yeah, she likes that pacifier.
Yeah, she got on without the pacifier. That's big league.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, so she did earn her way in.
Yeah.
Yeah.
She knows when the camera's on.
Mm-hmm.
We didn't get on camera the person who did all the work.
You're right. Her mom.
Libby, we're going to have to do something about that.
3 balls and a strike, and it's that stage of the game where on a Monday afternoon If you want to be a loud heckler, you can pretty successfully.
Yeah.
On ball 3, you heard "Keep it up, JP," as clear as could be, echoing through this stadium. Yeah, that's ball 4.
My least favorite time to pitch was in ballparks like this. One voice can get you.
On a day where the Dodgers have hit 7 home runs, 3 of them from this guy, Adrian Gonzalez. It's the second time that he's done this in his career. The first time all against Andrew Kashner on April 8th of last season. Opening homestand of the year. Electrified that crowd, and would have electrified this crowd too if there was one. But not many folks here, and the ones that are here, we're not happy to see it. Plaid and red watching the Dodgers launch off to this incredible output. Season high 16 runs, and one short of a franchise record for a single game with 7 home runs.
Hitters will tell you when they get in a zone that ball coming out of the pitcher's hand, doesn't matter what type of pitch it is, it just looks like a grapefruit. And they feel like they're on time and they can see it perfectly. And that's the zone Adrian's in right now.
Ball and a strike on Hamilton. On a 9-run game, past the 3-hour mark, this seems like a good time to tell you about the other Billy Hamilton. Sliding Billy Hamilton. There's actually already a speedster named Billy Hamilton in the Baseball Hall of Fame.
Okay.
And he lines one to left center, says, "Talk about me," although it's caught by Kendrick. Runners retreat. Late 1800s. Sliding Billy Hamilton. It is actually one of the all-time leading base stealers in baseball history. Billy Hamilton known for his speed, but Sliding Billy, William Robert Billy Hamilton, is from Newark, New Jersey. Played for several different organizations during his career, mostly with the Phillies, but he was in Boston with the Bean Eaters for a while, with the Kansas City Club a couple of different times in his career, and he stole 914 bases during his major league career that spanned from 1888 to 1901. Jose Peraza climbs in and takes a strike. Got his nickname Sliding Billy because he was one of the first guys to do headfirst slides. And the crowds used to love watching him dive into bases.
It's when the bags were like pillows. They were held down by a spike.
So now they did 2. They had to totally redo all of his stolen base totals decades later because back then they were scored differently. Anytime you took an extra bag, it counted as a stolen base. So if you went first to third on a single, Sliding Billy would get himself 2.
So his total went down.
Yes. Yep. After the fact. And he was actually pretty vocal about it later in his life as they tried to clean up the statistics in different categories of the game, right? Because the game had changed so much.
Well, just balance the books.
Exactly. I think he said something like, once they figure it out, I'll have my place as the greatest stolen base champ of all time or something like that. Sliding Billy.
Sounds like Ricky Henderson when he got his record bag, held it over his head, and he said, "I am the greatest."
2-2 on Peraza. One season in 1894, Billy Hamilton, in a 129-game season, scored 192 runs. He was a high school sprinter that started playing baseball in his early 20s. And actually wound up managing some once his playing career was finished. Peraza down on strikes. Well, first base occupied. He's back to the dugout. 2 gone. Well, Joey Votto to the plate in a game that's been littered with different historical bullet points. Joey Votto tries to add one. He's a home run short of the cycle. There have been 5 cycles in Reds history, none since Eric Davis in 1989. Votto has good power. 20 home runs this season. And takes strike one. Mike Mitchell, Heine Groh, Harry Kraft, Frank Robinson, who did it against the Dodgers in 1959. Those are the Red cycles. Smacked to third, and Hernandez has it, so it won't happen here in the 7th. On to the 8th in a 16-7 game.
JP Howell making his way to the plate. It's true. The bullpen literally does it all for this team. When I talked to bullpen coach Josh Bard last week, he said these guys are the unsung heroes. He's referring to JP Howell, Adam Liberatore, and Joe Blanton. And when I talked to Joe earlier about the bullpen, he said, you know what our mentality was going into this season? We're going to do whatever, whenever. And we've really seen that come to fruition. He said, we haven't changed our approach. We just want to go in and get the outs. He said, we're going to let the starting pitcher and Kenley Jansen get all the credit and attention, and the rest of us are going to go in and do our job, and that's all that matters. And honestly, guys, we've seen it every day. That's what they do.
Yeah, here's another example of it. We need you to pitch more, so we need you to go hit JP Howell. This is actually his second at-bat this season. He's 2 for 12 in his career, with both hits coming while he was a starter with Tampa Bay in interleague play back in 2007.
Don't forget about the run scored in the RBI. Give him the full resume.
Yeah, my bad. I didn't mean to sell you short, JP. Nothing in 2. Had an at-bat May 22nd in San Diego, and that was a 17-inning game that day. He's down quickly against Lorenzen.
Had a very emotional day when he was last seen here in the Cincinnati Reds uniform, pitching and hitting. He'd just gotten back off of the bereavement list, the loss of his father. It was the first time he appeared in a game since coming back from his dad's funeral. Ended up
pitching an inning and 2/3 of scoreless ball, kept himself together emotionally with a couple breaks for tears down in the tunnel with his teammates. Came up in the game as a hitter and hit a 3-run home run over the right field wall and was pretty much crying all the way around the bases, pointed to the sky to honor his dad. Just said it was very healing for the whole family, not only him but everybody who loved his dad, and the family needed that. And it was a rare shower of emotions, of tears that were just flowing that you normally don't see on a big league field, but it was very appropriate. He's one of the pieces in the bullpen that really turned this second half around for them. The bullpen in the first half of the season for the Cincinnati Reds was non-existent. Iglesias and Lorenzen here on the mound are the two young kids that they think are really going to do outstanding for them in the future and are currently.
Kike Hernandez slapping a base hit to the opposite field with one out here in the 8th. Well, if you're on the road traveling and want to watch your Dodgers, subscribe to MLB.tv Premium for live or on-demand baseball on over 400 supported devices. Real-time highlights, live look-ins, pitch tracking, and plenty more. Visit MLB.tv for details. Some of the details you'll find if you log on there today and see the game recap are the runs and the homers, milestones for the Dodgers today. The 7 home runs, the most in a game since the famed 4+1 game in '06, when they hit 4 in the 9th inning and then won it in the 10th. The 16 runs, not just a season high, but the most since 2014. Scored 16 or scored 17 in a game at San Francisco in September of 2014. Franchise record for home runs in a game is 8.
Adrian Gonzalez guaranteed to get one more at bat in this game, as long as they don't take him out to rest him. And I don't think with 3 home runs in your back pocket that he'll want to come out.
We just got a note from the PA here in the press box as Utley collects another base hit to right that Bud Norris is warming in the Dodger bullpen.
His day to throw on the side, and has volunteered to protect the bullpen going into the San Francisco series. Rick Honeycutt probably asked him to hold back on his side work. He might be either having his side work and they're not going to use him, because remember, they let J.P. Howell pitch or hit this inning so that J.P. can go back out and pitch. So either Bud's just getting his work in and they were holding that side work, so if he possibly was needed in this game, or he's coming in. They didn't want to use a pinch hitter.
Seager to right center, another base hit for him. This will score Hernandez. Utley on his way to third. Seager drives in another on his 4th hit of the day, and it's 17-7. And up comes Adrian Gonzalez with 3 home runs already. Had the 3-run shot in the first inning. On the 4th pitch of the game, it became 3-0 against Homer Bailey. Then he went to the opposite field as part of the 4-home run 5th inning, before connecting on another 3-run shot in the 7th.
Memorable day already, but he could add to those memories right now. Very few ever have hit 4 home runs in one big league game.
Sean Green did it for the Dodgers in '02. Gil Hodges did it in 1950 for the Brooklyn Dodgers.
I remember hard-hitting Mark Whitten did it for the St. Louis Cardinals, I think it was.
I was here in Cincinnati.
Was it?
Riverfront. Here's a 2-0. And he bounces one past the mound. Charging Phillips throws him out. But in to score from third is Chase Utley, and the Dodgers now with 18. Wonder how far you've got to go back to find the last time they had 18, because the one they were trying to match was the 17 runs in September of 2014.
He'll probably get Adrian off his feet now. See somebody else play in the first base bag next inning.
Grandal hit the 7th homer. 1 ball and 1 strike. It's the most runs since 2006, September 28th. That didn't even really count because it was at Coors Field. Dodgers scored 19, although this is not exactly a pitcher's paradise in Cincinnati. 2-1. 18 runs on 21 hits. 7 of them left the yard. Lorenzen with a 2-1. It's 2-2. I think they're trying for home runs right now.
I don't know.
A little more than usual.
Yeah, I don't know about trying, but they're definitely opening up their swing.
Lorenzen's 2-2, and Grandal pops it back of third. Jesus over and out of room. Series with the Giants starting tomorrow. 3 with San Francisco, then 3 with the Cubs. And the lead in the division, assuming the Dodgers hold on to this Giant lead, will be a full game after trailing by as many as 8 in the division. Grandal skies one to right field. Schebler's back, and this one will die into his glove to finish the inning. Pretty much at this point, anytime a ball goes in the air, you just kind of assume it's going to keep going. Dodger Baseball on Sportsnet LA is brought to you by BMW. See a Southern California BMW Center today for exceptional offers, or visit SoCalBMW.com. Well, these kinds of games on getaway day that go a little long sure is a lot more fun when you're on this side of it. Not fun to be on the losing side of an 18-7 marathon in terms of time of the game played. Adrian Gonzalez is at 3 of the Dodgers' 7 home runs on the day. And Bud Norris comes in for his second relief appearance as a Dodger this year. Remember, he pitched in the long game in St. Louis, suffered the loss in that game, but on his throw day makes himself available and comes in to pitch the bottom of the 8th.
It shows you a lot about Bud Norris's character, that he's there to do whatever it takes. Rick Honeycutt probably held him back from his work day and said, you know, we might need you, and here the situation arises. Bud struggled a little bit in his last outing keeping the ball down. Those first 2 pitches down there right by the knee. That's a good sign for him. Nice to be in a game like this when you want to work through something. It's one thing to work on it in the bullpen. It's another thing to have game to work on it.
This is 1-1 to Adam Duvall. Slow. 2-1. So Duvall, who is, as we've told you several times now, from Louisville. I guess Reds broadcasters tried to tab him as the Louisville Slugger and got an email that they were infringing on copyright, and they couldn't do that. 3-1. What do you think?
I don't think you can copyright Louisville, and you can't copyright Slugger, but the combination is probably what got him.
Yeah. Yeah, that's taken. Been quite a few players from Louisville, but nobody with as good a power as this guy. He shows off some of it with a hard liner into the corner. Duvall into second with the leadoff double in the 8th. Well, Cincinnati's not exactly had a quiet offensive day. 7 runs on 11 hits.
Very offensive ballpark and a very hot swinging Cincinnati Reds team right now. A few of these Dodger pitchers are going to feel real good about their outings. But the offense is going to feel really good coming into the San Francisco series and heading home to play the Giants and the Cubs.
So second relief outing for Norris as a Dodger, but he got his season on track in the bullpen in Atlanta. Had the really bad start to the year as a starter, so they moved him into the pen in May. And in 13 relief appearances, he's got an ERA of 2.29. So he's able to figure himself out. Added that cutter while he was in the pen. Working out of the bullpen late in this one as he bounces in ball 1 to Brandon Phillips.
But struggled in his start with his footing on the rubber and on this mound. Chase Utley remembering that because they actually had to come out and repair the mound for him. I'm sure Chase just trying to change up his mindset a little bit. Like, is this bothering you or is it okay? No, it's okay. All right, let's get him. It's kind of a little bit of a veteran confrontation / encouragement.
Phillips grounds it foul. 2-1. talked about the probables for the upcoming series 9 or 10 hours ago at the start of this game. Madison Bumgarner and Kenta Maeda in the series opener. Cueto and Rich Hill in game 2. And then TBD for the Dodgers right now. It's Brett Anderson's spot, but see how those blisters have reacted. Matt Moore goes for the Giants. Best case scenario at the back end of the series, a 4-game lead. Worst case scenario, 2-game deficit.
Which means the race is going to be tight for a while. Unless one team breaks out, goes in one direction, and the other one goes in the other direction. And that has been the scenario since the All-Star break, and why the Dodgers are in first.
Phillips on the ground to Hernandez, who checks Duvall back to the bag and throws him out. Now the Giants will bring in the worst record in the majors since the All-Star break. So the opposite of what the Dodgers saw here in Cincinnati, which is the #2 team in the National League since the break. And the bullpen has been an issue for the Giants. They've blown a lot of late leads. The offense has not been good at all, especially over this last month or so. Talking about San Francisco. Dave Roberts coming out to help Bud Norris take a look at the mound, although Nate Lucero runs in behind him.
Dave Roberts didn't like what he saw out there on the mound with Bud Norris kind of fiddling with his own body in the mound. He gave Rick Honeycutt the heads up to call the bullpen, get somebody up, and then he continued to watch Bud, and he said, let's go out there and talk to him.
Bud just came off of the DL with the back tightness, mild back strain. And well, that's a good sign. They send him back.
Let's take a look at what Dave Roberts possibly could have saw out there from Bud. That. I'm not sure he was disgusted with the location of the pitch and went to his knees to kind of like glad that was hit at Kike and he got through it, but I don't like the way I executed the pitch. Or did he feel something in his back?
Well, you would figure that if it was the negative reaction about the play, he would have waved him back into the dugout right away, right?
That's probably true.
Oh, on to Schebler. 0-2.
I actually used to air myself out on the mound on execution, not on the results if the ball was an out. You know, you throw a ball right down the middle or hang a curveball and a guy pops it up and you think everybody would be going, yeah. And I'm like, come on, get the ball down, let's go. And maybe some other words. Not swear words.
No.
I just call myself dummy.
Right.
Something like that.
Dodgers have a big left-hander you might have heard of who's been known to shout at himself even on outs.
Sometimes you take your glove and you cover your mouth as you do it too, just to mute it a little bit.
And on days like this, it does not work. Schebler up the middle into center, a base hit. That will score Adam Duvall. The Reds have 8 runs on 12 hits today. Schebler's 3rd hit of the game.
Fastball trying to come in, leaks over the middle of the plate. Height of the pitch really not that bad at all, but it was center cut, and that gives them a chance to really barrel it up and hit it hard. And you're going to find holes when you hit a ball that hard. Mr. Schebler has hit the ball very hard today.
Tyler Holt pinch hitting, and off of the end of the bat, flips it to Tolles in right. Who's got it? 2 out.
It has been a long day for the guy walking to the plate right now. Tucker Barnhart is probably tired.
of seeing Tolles and Seguin and Gonzalez and Grandal. He's had to catch this debacle for the Reds. Mr. Seager's had a home run too.
Ball one on Barnhart. Two and oh. The Reds 53 and 70. They've used this good start to the second half to get off of a pace for one of the worst seasons in franchise history. Last year they lost 98 games. That was the third most they'd ever lost. It was the most they'd lost since 1982, and they lost 101. They finished in last in the Central last year. That was the first time in 3 decades they'd finished in last place. A really good start to the second half, and they're off that historically bad track. If Roberts hustles out there, he's going to take Bud Norris out of the game, and it looks like bring Josh Fields in. The Dodgers up 18-8 in the 8th inning. We're back to Cincinnati in a moment. The 8th walk of the day by Dodger pitching. So this has been a fabulous, noteworthy day from the offense. It has not been a good day for the pitching right from the start, with Scott Kazmir making his shortest outing in 2 seasons, going only 2 1/3 or 2 2/3. Started with him, and hopefully it can end with Josh Fields if we can get the final 4 outs of this game.
You definitely want him to throw strikes right here. 8 out of his 10 outings with the Dodgers have been scoreless. But the Dodgers today have had 8 walks. Even with all those tallies the offense has put up, they're still not throwing as many strikes as they'd like to.
DeJesus in the air to center. On comes Tolles, lunges and makes the catch. It's been a tough day for him defensively, but right there he's able to make a nice running catch, showing off that range.
After the game on Access Sportsnet Dodgers, Jamie Maggio and Ned Colletti will be in studio. Plus, I'll have all the interviews and reactions in the clubhouse coming up after the game on Access Sportsnet Dodgers, brought to you by Nissan. Joe, you know, if we're just going to give home runs to everyone, I think it's fair that I get a home run too. That's all I want.
You get a home run, and you get a home run, and you get a home run.
What is this? Give the crowd a home run, including Kelly?
Yes, I deserve one. I'm in the dugout.
Yeah.
Grab a bat.
You don't want to see that.
Jock Peterson leading off this inning against Tyler Holt, first position player to throw for the Reds since Skip Schumacher 2 years ago. And remember, the Dodgers are knocking on the door of matching a franchise record for homers in a game. And they have Peterson leading off this inning. And he hits a high fly ball to right center. Hamilton back. Jock just got under it. Most runs they've scored in 10 years. You got to go back to 2006 to find the last time they had this many. They scored 19 in a game at Coors Field in 06. 7 home runs, the most since the 4+1 game. Same thing with the 4 home runs in 1 inning back in 06. Kendrick rolls it over to short. Peraza, 2 up and 2 down for Tyler Holt. Sometimes this is how it goes when a pitcher or when a position player comes in and pitches.
Some of them go out there and throw knuckleballs, just kind of goofing around. Others will just kind of lob it in there, and they know they're below hitting speed. Tyler Holt having a little fun with it. When Jock Peterson flew out as he went by, he kind of goes, take that 68-mile-an-hour heater.
Former Florida State Seminole Andrew Tolles tried to crush it and instead blooped it to Hamilton. That's a 4-pitch 1-2-3 inning. Tyler Holt, the answer to the Reds' issues in pitching. Seven home runs for the Dodgers today, including 3 from Adrian Gonzalez. And a 1-2-3 inning from a position player on the top of this inning, Tyler Holt. A 4-pitch 1-2-3 inning. Dodgers stood no chance against Holt. At the top of the Reds' order one final time against Josh Fields, who got the final out of the bottom of the 8th inning. Hamilton, Peraza, Votto. Hamilton starts the inning with a single. The 34th hit today between the teams combined.
He will not be stealing.
34 hits and 12 walks in the game combined. Jose Peraza, 3 hits, 3 runs scored. He was just called up this weekend, and he's made a pretty darn good impression in this latest stint. 8 for 13 in this series with a 3-run homer a couple of nights ago. That's smacked inside the bag. His 4th hit of the day. Toles plays the carom and just now throws the ball in. Hamilton stops at third on a double from Jose Peraza. And now Joey Votto to the plate with a chance once again to hit for the cycle. There have been 5 in Reds history, including Frank Robinson against the Dodgers. Needs a home run. Had his triple in the 1st inning. Double in the 8th. And he takes ball 1. I had that wrong. He had his double in the 4th. The triple came in the 6th. Single back in this 3rd inning. 3 of the 14 hits for the Reds today. Oh, and 2. Votto's biggest criticism around town here is that he doesn't hit enough home runs for as powerful as he is. He doesn't try for home runs enough. If there's ever a time for him to try, it may be right here.
We've seen examples of every swing that it takes to hit for the cycle. He's just kind of accumulated them today, but throughout this series he has hit well for power and average. He's sprayed the ball to left field. He's lined it to center. He's hit it over the center field wall. He's pulled grounders to right field. He's done it all. He's made a half swing with 2 strikes on him to beat a shift.
Fields trying to get him for the first out of the 9th inning. 0-2. Fouled it off again. So the Marlins were in town before the Dodgers this week, and there were a bunch of donuts. I don't know if you read this, delivered to Joey Votto's locker. Some surprise delivery man. He didn't know who they came from. He found out that it was Ichiro that had them sent to his locker. So Votto's response was to send 51 pizzas to Ichiro's locker. 51 being Ichiro's number. He ordered them. Here's where it gets weird. From California Pizza Kitchen. Okay, that's not the weird part. The weird part is that the closest California Pizza Kitchen is in Louisville, more than 80 miles away. Why not just pick a pizza place here?
Yeah.
I don't know. So he orders 51 pizzas. It's a $640 pizza bill, and then a $200 Uber delivery charge. Use the Uber delivery system.
But he's signed through 2024.
Yeah, so he can afford those pizzas and the delivery. He gets an RBI and a bounce out to Gonzalez. Hamilton is in, 18-9.
Don't you think there was a little research done of what is Ichiro's favorite pizza?
That had to be it.
Had to be it.
Yeah. $27 runs combined in this game. 35 hits.
I hope they weren't all like the barbecue chicken ones. I like pepperoni.
Yeah, I don't like doing weird stuff. Pizzas. Duvall pops it up down the right field line. There's Toles. On a day where the Dodgers have hammered 7 home runs, it all started with Adrian Gonzalez in the 1st inning. And then 4 in one frame. Toles and Seguin both blasting their first career home runs back-to-back. Seager with the longest in that inning. Gonzalez an inning later with his 2nd. Gonzalez again with his third, and then the longest of the 7 home runs was the latest. Center field Grandal for his 21st of the year.
A lot of good things happening for the Dodgers right now. The offense. Clayton Kershaw tomorrow in LA will throw a 40-pitch side work. That's his 2nd time down the hill. That's positive. Good news coming as Rich Hill's going to jump back into the rotation, or in it for the first time.
Tony Renda hitting here. 1 ball, 1 strike.
A year ago this day last year, they were up a game and a half on the Giants. And here it is. They've climbed to 1 game up on the Giants a year later. And last year was the 3rd division title, first time done in franchise history, and now they're going for their 4th.
Which is unprecedented, not just in Dodger history, but since the divisional format was adopted in 1969, or where the West Division adopted. No team's ever won 4 consecutive division titles. Fields trying to finish it off. And he does, striking out Renda. Dodgers with their most runs in a game in a decade. 7 homers, finishing 1 short of a franchise record. They've got a winning road trip, and they've got a full game lead in the National League West. Dodgers Giants starting tomorrow night at Dodger Stadium.
Feels so much better to look across the field of the Giants and be 1 game up, then tied to start the series, as that's the advantage, and hopefully come out of the series still on top.
Time for the Lexus plays of the game. How about the 4 home runs in that 5th inning? Toles and Seguin back-to-back. First time in Dodger history. 8th time in baseball history. Guys have gone back-to-back with their first career home runs. Seager had 1 in the inning. And so did Gonzalez, 1 of his 3 on the day. This was it took a while, but it was a fun way to finish this trip here.
Fantastic way, a winning road trip and a happy flight home.
That does it from Cincinnati. For Orel Hershiser and Kelly Tennant, the rest of our crew, Joe Davis sending it Access Sportsnet Dodgers, brought to you by your Southern California Nissan dealers. Buckle up. This week is about to get a lot of fun. 3 with the Giants, 3 with the Cubs, all starting tomorrow night.